subscribe so I can find you easier. It's in YouTube notification. Ah, right, thank you. That's why I can't see it in general. YouTube notifications. Gotta scroll all the way down. There you are. Okay. Oh. Okay, so if I subscribe, now I should be able to redirect. Right, so we go to studio. Yeah, it all flashed. Content, live. Did I click on myself? I think I did. Then it was customization. Then it was redirect. Chill and relax. There he is. Save. Cool. Right, so I'm going to say my goodbyes. I tested all my components and they seem good. Good. No worries, you're welcome, Pico. Everyone don't leave, wait until I end the stream and then it'll automatically push you towards chill and relax the stream. It takes me a couple of seconds to actually get to him on my phone because I can't reply on this for some reason. I can't talk to other people's streams on here. Thank you, PCDD. Thanks, Falcon, JFix, Mark. It's been a good day today, actually. Whilst having experiments, there you are. Thank you. You're welcome, chill and relax. Sergi, thanks for the chat and stream. You're welcome. Let's see you, Andy. Thank you. Joe, sorry, man. You really just come in. Sean Cosway. Thank you. Rusty Russ. Charles Mott. I think that's everyone knows it. And all the lurkers out there watching as well. Thank you. I don't know how many there is again. White EDM, Guru, Pico, Dave's, me. I've got have you, James? Okay, I think that's everyone. Josh, there you go. Right, thanks guys. Right, I'm gonna go. Stay with me. Don't leave until it redirects. I'm going in 3, 2, 1. Wait, who messaged me? Who was it? Who messaged me? Anyway, 3, 2, 1. Bye guys.
Hello guys, thanks for turning up today. Just watched Ansley's stream. Yeah, that was interesting. That was actually quite funny. Let me just quickly turn the TV down, otherwise I'm going to get feedback. I do. That's it. Otherwise I'll get an echo coming across. So, yes, started streaming yesterday. So yeah, 0 views. So thanks, Andy. Really appreciate on that one. Right, so it's not going to be a long stream today. It's not as long as Andy's, but I have got a mod to do today. So it's going to be hopefully a simple mod to do. So let me get rid of that. I'm going to need a few things for this. So let me bring the camera down just a tad. Lovely. So the mod we're going to do today, it was on crowdfunding, which I had to wait 5 months to get this specific item. So this is what they call, let me turn that stream up there because that's a bit bright. Hopefully. Yeah, it's called a Flippy drive. So basically, this little item should bypass all of the protection that the GameCube has when it goes through the connections for your drive. It bypasses it. There's no soldering to this whatsoever. So hopefully you should be able to just put this in between your drive and your the motherboard, and what this will do, this will bypass this little tiny board, and you should be able to then put custom games with ISOs on the little micro SD card, which I've got, which is here. So if I take this one out, you have to format this in a FAT32 sort of scenario. So I think it's 32 gig maximum. Well, there might be a problem there. I think it's 64, but we'll give it a go. But yeah, 5 months wait just to get that, because you can't buy these anywhere. So you can only go on the crowdfunding and install that. And I think that is why they took so long to do, because there's a backlog of these. This was the 3rd batch. I can leave on a Discord if someone's interested in one. I can leave a link to their crowdfunding page and you can place an order. I think it's about $80, wasn't a lot, which is give around about £70 for this little tiny kit. But it does make a big difference, because this just sits in between the drive. So there's literally no micro soldering needed. This is just for makes it simple for someone that's never done one before. But you can have homebrew put onto the GameCube, which you can't do. So this is going to be really interesting, because I've never done one, and there's a few videos, but not in the UK. I've not seen people do these in the UK, because I tried looking on YouTube. They're mainly all from America, and there's not many on there. So this board is absolutely minuscule. It's tiny. It's getting focus. So this is the reasons why I think you've got to be so careful putting these ribbons in, because you rip the ribbon, and then it's probably going to be game over. So let me zoom back at it. It's going to be good. So the first things first, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bung it all back in a box. We need to take the GameCube apart. So let me turn the brightness back up. There you go. And I've ordered I've got a right crummy camera on this one. So it's not the greatest, and I've got cable ties holding it up. It's one of those, it's one of those little tiny cameras on it, but it's not the greatest of quality. So I'm going to upgrade. I've just ordered a 4K one, so hopefully that'll be better and a wider angle, so you can get more in shot. So anyway, main thing is, let's put that to one side. Let's take the GameCube apart. Take my glasses off, I need them. And I can't even get me thing straight, because it's the way it's all situated on here. It's absolutely a nightmare, but it's the best angle I'm going to get for so far. Me just turn that volume down just a tad. It's, there you go. So it should be interesting. So, God, I forgot these GameCubes have, but I did buy the tool because I know I've got one. You need the dreaded hex bit screwdriver, and it has to be deep enough for it to fit because you can't undo these. It will not allow you to. So if you think about taking one, make sure you get one with all these special bits on there. Can't even see it there. No, there's another one. Because that's not fitting. Oh great, this is going well. First cock up of the day. Oh. Here he is. Oh, I knew I bought two. It should be one for the big one and one for the small one. There you go. So that's the small one. This must be for the big one. If you see my big dog bouncing around, he tends to pester me quite when I'm trying to do a repair, and I've repaired out of a lot. It's just a shame I couldn't stream it. I'll spin the camera around in a minute. How many I've done? They all had multiple issues. It wasn't too major. Right, 4 screws. Where's my magnetic dish? Which is down here. Right. There you go. Right, let's take the glass off, distance. Right, this is going to be fun. Boxy, oh no, he's off. The monster's behind me. Right, so what we need to do is I can the only thing we do, all these lights, they get saturated. Trouble is I need my glasses to see the comments, otherwise I won't know. Sometimes pop himself down on the keyboard and explain. Right. Yeah. There it is. I forgot. Right in here, you've got. Let's have a look. Just turn it down just a tad. There's a. Yes, there is. There's a pull tab, and you've got to be really ultra careful not to rip this pad out. Okay. Come on. There you go. She's out. Good. Right. You can turn the brightness back up now. So we've got the ball there, but we need access to the drive itself, which is going to be underneath here because it sits in a V shape, if I remember correctly, because I've took these ones apart before. But you've got to virtually near enough strip it because the cable has to run up along one of the pillars, because otherwise you'll tear it trying to get it in. So it looks like the screws, all these screws will have to come out, so hopefully One, God, what was the bane of my existence? Good. Two. We've got to take these two. Hopefully. Take this out. I have got, I know it sounds dull, but I have got a projector to look at, Andy, and I'm not mucking about. It's over there. Lucky enough it is working, but the bulb's a little bit intermittent, so I've got to have a look at that at some point. So that will be probably, I know you are not really keen on him. No, I totally agree now. I'm not myself. Just get that quick clean. She's dusty. I do. Right. God, bloody hell, look, another 3 screws. See, those hiding it up, but you can't get away from the screws. Read the comments. I love reading the comments, it cracks me up. Oops, too late. Andy, close your ears. No. I've got one in there. I've got to have a quick look. I know Andy ain't got great experience with, lucky enough my one don't go bang. It won't take out the power supply. I'm hoping not. Otherwise I'll end up with streams. God, look, there's another 3 screws. Oh, 4 screws at the front. This thing's full of screws. Jesus. That's unbelievable. All that's got to come off so I can get this mechanism off. Right, that ain't having it. Where's my multimeter? Here she is. Sorry. These in Right. Take all these screws out. Jesus, I've never seen that amount of screws in there. Right, hopefully now she can come out. There ain't no more hiding underneath. None on the top. These just sit, if I remember correctly. That top part's loose. No, you've got to take these out. I forgot. And there's going to be another 2 underneath. This is my own personal one, so hopefully, yeah, see? So you've got nice big long screws in that, so it probably was holding that in. Right. Come on. There she goes. She's now off. Right, this is where the magic happens. So if I got told, let's put my glasses back on, otherwise I can't see. Right, so this is obviously the board. I ain't going to bother recapping it because it's absolutely perfect. So this is where the drive sits, which comes off from your optical, which is probably going to sit in amongst them pins. Now theoretically, you take the ribbon for this mod to do, and you have to create a W. So basically, it can only go one way, because that's your back, and this is your front where it's showing your pins. So what you have to do, you have to create a W. So what you want it so it's similar. So you want it so it's looking like that. So that's how you really want it. So it's pointing up, and your general idea is that you put this inside. So it's got to go around a certain way. So you take it from this corner where that is. So where this is, where that sits into that drive from over here, because it's flipped, it's back front. But you basically put it in that corner and slot it in. That's all you basically do. So let me get this right, because I don't want to bugger this up. So this slots into that drive. Right, that is now done. So hopefully, just make sure this is, because it's got an orientation. So you've got, let me just let me have a quick look on the website. I can actually flip the, let me go to the display. Literally, it'd just be easier to do it this way. So hopefully, this is the route I'm going down. So I mean, you know, you can't go it back to front because there's no other way on that front. So I assume it just goes that route only. So, and that then should, if you have a look, and I'll zoom right in, you should then just slot it in with that W style And then basically this is what I was saying about with the ribbon cable. So you really want it to come down from the actual side itself. So this is how you actually want it. So you want it so it can just sit in there, and in that way it can fold itself down where it sits at the side. So this is where it's going to be sitting. So that's why it's got an arrow. If you look at the arrow, oh, hold up, wrong way, that way. So basically where that's sitting, that then sits here. That's where it's going to sit. So it's going to be sitting where it sits on this platform, slots in, hopefully. So you really can't go too mad of putting this too back to front. So, you know, hopefully, fingers crossed, it should be okay. At the end of, oh, it says there's no audio. Oh, you are kidding me. Oh, for Pete's sake. Hold up, because it's saying I've got audio. Jesus. Oh, no. No audio. Mute on the scene. Right, okay. Right, can you guys hear us now? Have I got audio back by any chance? Audio when you're showing desktop only. Ah, right, that's interesting. Got audio now, just not while you're with surf. Right, okay, thank you. Right, so okay, that was just on that front. But it sort of gives you, on that front, I'll bear that in mind. There's something else I'll have to set up for OBS, because OBS is not easy to, it's quite confusing. So what I need to do now is, hopefully, it should just be plug and play with that sitting on top. So let me grab my little torch. That's it. Hold up, that's got to go. Actually, let me have a quick look. While you guys are on there, I'll quickly go on to, I won't go back into it because otherwise it cuts the audio out. Let me just have a quick look on, I zoomed into it much, I can't bloody see now, great. Right, let me zoom back out. Right, okay. Check for the instructions. No, it's not for that one.
Signed by Nintendo themselves. Now to date, we've only...
Right, let me see, because it gives you instructions of how to actually put it in. I just want to make sure 100% that this ain't going to go pear-shaped and then take out a microchip or something, because again it won't read from it. Adverts. This is another thing I've got to upgrade to block these bloody adverts. They're a nightmare. Right, so that's in there. Right. I think we're getting up to the inward point there on that. Right, he says you've got to do it from the bottom part and it's got to be facing. Right, that's interesting. Right, so that's not right then. So let me go back into that. Right, he said don't do it from the top, do it from the bottom. So basically, he said that you've got to that's the idea of these little tiny fold up things on it. So hopefully, so you can fold that up. Line up the, he said line up the little tiny pins, which I have. And that's created a W. That's exactly what he said. Yeah, because there's gold connectors on both sides of this. So this is going to be right. That's it. Now we're getting somewhere. I can't see how. Literally, he said fold it, and then it folds itself in. Double check it. Let me just double check. It looks like it has to go in that way. When you have, what's that? When you switch scenes. Oh right, okay, yeah. So let's go back into. Just have a quick look at that video. He said it's got to go inwards. Yeah. So basically, I have got it right because it has to sit. So basically, he says you have to create this W scene, and it sits over the top. So it was right. So he says create that over that. There you go. I think that looks like it to me. Right, we're sort of getting somewhere now. So it looks like it has to sit over the existing pins. God, that's not the easiest, and that's really fiddly. Without not breaking a pin. Right. That looks like that's how it sort of goes. So, but it looks too. I think that's got to go down more for it to sit flush. So there's that. I think it's got to sit on that line. I think that's how it has to sit for it to sit, because it's got to have a snug fit. That's what he said. Right. That looks more shorter. That looks more better. Right, okay. That's better. Look, that's gone right down now. So yeah, if you're going to attempt one of these, for what I've just learned on there, which you don't go into depth, there's two little lines at where that is. Hello, Mr. Chill and Relax. Everyone's from Andy's stream. Hello, bud. Thank you for watching. Yeah, what I was saying is, on this thing is, it has to have that arrow pointing this way. What it's not going into depth with details is, these ribbon cables are extremely valuable. They don't take much bending without near enough like ripping the cable itself. So what I've learnt on here, which he didn't go into depth, there's two little lines and you need to match them up. So basically, they are folded together, so it creates this W. That then sits snug. So when this gets put back, that then makes contact both sides of the pins on the actual header itself. That's installed correctly now, so that's now all done. So, and that won't go down anymore because I can actually feel the tip of it. So right, so we're good to go on that front. So now, this is where the interesting part comes. We now have to make sure that this scrolls through that side gap there, which it does. And you've got to be careful how you line this up, because again, it doesn't tell you. Because you don't want this in the way. This is the reasons why it says make sure it's folded. So, and then that way it sits flush. So let me go back round that side. That sits in between there. Yeah, so if you're ever going to think about getting one of these, make sure that you fit it in between this stem and this leg arm in between. So you really want to aim it in between, so it sits in between like that. So that's how it sort of like it sits. So it's ready to sit in that slot from there. So they've done that quite well. So basically what you want to do, you can, I don't know how well, this camera is not the greatest. So in that slot you can actually see now I've created a W, and it's now, you can see gold pins on both sides, which should make contact with the other side. And this is how it talks to get past Nintendo's protection. So you can then use all your homebrew stuff and back up all. You can back up all your Wii games and everything. Not Wii games, your Nintendo GameCube games. So, which should be interesting because I've got a stack of them in there, and it was just frustrating to keep taking them out. So now I could just put them onto an ISO file, problem done. So right, would help if I did it the right way. So no, point it the right way. So I've got it the right way now, that's it. And we should have a little light. So there you go, she's snug. So now she's on. I've just had a quick look because that was helping me to guide. I felt that click in. And that's what you want. You want that to click in. But I'm going to put the screws back temporary. I'm not going to screw it all the way back down, just in case we've got a problem and I've got to take it all back out. Now I haven't got a capture card, which I've ordered a 4K Elgato one from Argos, but I've got to wait. It's coming from the manufacturer. It takes 5 days. So, you know, that'll be the next thing where I can then start uploading all of the live stuff. Streaming stuff is an absolute nightmare to set everything up. It's not the easiest. So hopefully, so now what we can do now, because of we got to start putting all this back, but because I don't really want to put everything back into this because it's going to drive me nuts otherwise, I'm going to put this just back temporary so we can gain access, because I've got to install that little micro SD card, and then I want to see if this boots up, because the way it should work, you've got some sensors on here. If it doesn't detect, this won't boot. It'll come up with an error, because I've not done these ones before, but I've said if it's not connected, you will get an error message saying it's not connected or there's a problem. It'll probably just say error problem. So it'll tell you to check. So I know that this is working correctly by putting in a game and literally see if it because that should be able to bypass through that chip itself. So that's what I'm hoping. So hopefully now we've got to go that way, because that's the power switch. I also want to do another mod to this, which I haven't ordered yet, which I do want to get. Retro 6 does clean comps for the GameCube. I've also want to do a clean comp for my Atari. Not my Atari, my Sega Saturn, because I was going to get one for they haven't done one yet for the Atari 2600, and I've got 2 of them to look at. They was working, they just decided to stop. The chances are it's going to be a capacitor fails. I'm just going to swap the entire capacities on them, because they just break down over time. So hopefully this goes round this way. There you go. So let me just put that back on the board. Hopefully now, no, that one's empty. Now we've got, it did come with some of these bits and pieces. No instructions, doesn't tell you how to put this thing together. Absolute joke. So you have to just refer to videos, I'm afraid to say. But on the side there, because this is, you can actually see it. Look, they left hairs on this as well. I know, it's alright, it's the dog. I thought they left an hair on it. So this goes at the side where that little micro SD card sits. So you do need this platform, but what it does, it blanks out one of your screws. So whatever you do, don't put a screw back in there, because then you'll have a wobble effect where it'll try and sit and it won't do nothing. So it's got to sit flush because then the casing won't sit and you'll damage it and thinking what's going on. So I'm just going to put 2 screws back into this. Hopefully. God, it's got no power in it, so it's alright for small boards, but that's alright, hopefully. You need long screwdrivers, and that's another thing that they don't tell you. First thing you're going to do is going to set you back about £7. Is you can get them for about £5-6 if you get them from AliExpress. For a little bit more from eBay, I'd rather get them from eBay. You're protected. Make sure you order these because these deal with Nintendo Wii's and the GameCubes. So if you ever want to open up your Wii to clean it, which a lot of people don't. Otherwise, you cannot get into it with them security screws. They're an absolute nightmare. And just don't go mad with them, because if you shear one off, they won't do nothing. They'll just go around in circles. And then you'll be in a world of trouble. Right. Well, that was a good bit of plastic straight away. Part of that's just pinged off. So it goes to show these 3D prints ain't that great. It's alright, it's only to hold the spare screw in anyway. It's not important, so don't panic if you break it at the end of the day. But don't do it deliberately. Don't do what I've done. So, right. So let's take this out. I don't know what this is for. Again. Oh, I think I know what that's for. You know when you put it on top, you know what I was saying earlier on, I've just fell in what this is for, because this has got a slot and this is guided. You know when you you know when I folded it to put it back down, basically you're supposed to insert that on top and push it to give it a snug fit. I think that's what you use it for, which I didn't do. I've only just fell in what that's for there, but it don't matter. It's snug anyway. Right. Now this is the most important, putting this card in, because this has got a slot in. Now on this board, and it is tiny, I'll grant you, it's not big at all. It is really you've got a Wi-Fi chip, and also you've got a right underneath here. You've got 2 slots, so really pay attention when you're putting one of these in, because it only goes around one way. This one here you've got for, let me grab me tweezers. So let me grab me tweezers and let me see if I can just tone that down. Lighting's crap, innit? It's really not great. I don't think you're going to be able to see that, but on here basically you've got 2 slots, hence the dog ears. Let's take that out. So you've got one there for your ribbon, which is at the top, and one next to it is your micro SD. Don't think to try and shove your card in a micro SD slot, because you're going to be in trouble, because otherwise you'll think, why ain't it fitting? And again, that ribbon, these plastics don't take much to rip these off. Andy's found that out with these, because they end up breaking or they snap, so you've got to be really careful on that front. So I would definitely say play cautious to the wind on that front. So yeah, right. Let me see if now. Hold up a minute. So when he put this in, let me just quickly have a quick look how he inserted that at the side, because again, no instructions with this whatsoever. Right, okay. So yeah, right, you will need that gap. Right, so that's interesting. So straight away, I think there's the spare screw goes in at the side. There's a little tiny hole at the hole there on this. So that spare screw goes in there so you don't lose it. But what he was saying, this ain't been done right, because there was supposed to be where the cable slots in at the bottom, it was supposed to literally have gone like this, and then the cable wraps its round, but that cable is now not long enough for that to fit. So I don't know how he's managed that. So you know, and that is put in correctly, because like you said, because you've got the cable's at the top here, but it's back to front. So it doesn't make sense, because the video is saying otherwise. Looking at the way he's done that, the Flippy drive should have the reading down. I know what I've done. Again, rookie mistake, because it's again, I've only just found out. You know what I've done? Put this back to front. It's supposed to be the other way. That is why. So again, I've just looked. That's facing the front, so it's got to be turned round. So this has to come back out. So again, there's no instructions. They don't tell you. You just got to refer off a video to have a look. Right. Let's see if that's the case. No, there ain't. There ain't no hole. So no, that's actually wrong. So what they've done, they 3D printed this wrong, because now it can't fit. So that's interesting, because the way they looked at it, it does sit there. It's supposed to sit where the drive is. So if I put that back on, there's nothing on this. There's nothing on the back there as well. So this sits flush. So that was round the right way. There was supposed to be an hole there, and the board is supposed to say Flippy drive, and it's supposed to sit like that. So that's the idea of that top part, and then it sits at the bottom part there, and the ribbon. But now this ribbon cable is not long enough, because the connector is over the other side, and it can't sit there unless it can. I don't know. Something don't seem right with the way this is sitting, because the way he's got it, he's got the writing actually facing forward with all the buttons, because there's a reset button on this. You've got a tiny little reset button. So straight away, the issue that I'm running in, that cable, if that did sit there, there's no way that would stretch. Even if you manage to get it through to the other side there, it's not enough to stretch it, and that's what I was worried about. Let's see. Right, that's actually given me a little bit more room, but it's still not enough for that drive to sit in there. So even with that poked through, that's not enough. And they 3D printed this wrong, because there was supposed to be a screw hole there, and there ain't. So, and looking at the photo because this is the developer that's got it, I was facing it in the right direction, so that's how it's supposed to actually sit, with this face where there's supposed to be an hole here. So basically that's exactly where that's supposed to go. So we are supposed to have a little tiny hole here, and that sits. But this is back to front, because that's upside down, and the way he's got his Flippy drive is that way. So it's not, I don't know what's going on there. It doesn't seem to make any sense of the way he's putting that in. Right. I'm just watching how he's putting this in, and again, yeah, that this has been 3D printed wrong. That's not supposed to be here. And this is back to front, the way he's got this. So he's telling you how to face the issue of where to put the screw. I mean, you know, stretching the cable in. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting because this is definitely not sitting the way that is from there. So yeah, because the arrow's got to go in. So I was right. The arrow is the right way, the way it's got. So basically, looking at this on this front here, the cable where that arrow is, it has to be facing that way. So it is literally. Let me move this over so you can see it. This crummy camera is not great. So basically, it has to be facing this way on that front. So where you've got the arrow, we've got an arrow front on here. So we can see. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit more. Yeah, you can see the arrow a bit more. It's a bit more easier. So with the arrow, what we want, the drive's got to be sitting. It's got to be sitting facing where you can see the EEPROM, the little EEPROM is sitting right above it, so it's facing. That's how it has to sit, basically. And the Flippy drive, you can see the word Flippy drive, so it's all facing. So that's how it's supposed to sit. So when it does go back, the trouble is that then pushes this. It should then be right. That should be then facing backwards. So if that sort of makes sense. So I'm going to go for that. But there is an issue with this, because there was supposed to be a tiny screw hole there for that to sit flush. So when this goes back, it should sit back. But this is, like I said, this has been done wrong. But for some reason, I don't know why. See that on there. That can't see. Look, if you can sit that on there, see what I mean? Look, that actually I've got that wrong. Just look, it slots in. So there you go. That yeah, I slotted in now. So we've actually got that sitting in perfectly. But the trouble is, you still got the same issue. That then won't reach from that point. So even though if I put that in, which I'm going to do right now. Let me install and you see where this goes. Jesus, you just got no room on there whatsoever. So I'm going to take this back out. Right, that's back out. So let me put this Flippy drive in. And they're supposed to say this is for people that can't do micro soldering, because to do the mods on here for homebrew, you've got to do micro soldering, and the pads are nano. Even you really have to be quite advanced with your soldering skills, which I'm not. That's why I don't do HDMI ports, because if you don't do it right, you screw them up. And when they're over nearly 75 pence and sometimes over £1, you can damage. It's not so much buggering the port up, but you'll end up damaging the pads actually on the board itself. And if you start doing that, then you've got to do trace repair, and it's not easy. JFix started. I mean, good on him for trying, but when he tried to do the games, handheld games thing, he had the exact same issue. Traces all started to come off. If you get the temperature wrong, you don't use enough flux, it's an absolute headache. And Andy, lucky enough, pulled his magic and repaired it. And I think it was a Steam Deck. I think it was a Steam, because I watched the episode, which wasn't the easiest. This is not going in, and I don't want to force it. But yeah, it was. I think it was his friend's Steam Deck, and he said he'll have a look. Jesus, I don't want to force this, and this is not going in, because that's a locking mechanism, and this is not the easiest. And they said you can have this installed in 5 minutes. Really? Like I said, one, they don't give you instructions, and two, they say it's plug and play. Well, I'm struggling, and I've done some mods, but this was not going to be for the faint-hearted on here. So you've got, if we've got connectors at the top, we have got connectors at the top. So yeah, we've got connectors at the top, none at the bottom. Jesus, this, even with all that light, it is not going in. And I do not want to force this and bend these pins up, because then you bugger this pulled up. It's got to fit in snugly, and that's not fitting in snug. Something's not right for that not to sit in. So I'm going to go the other way and see if that fits in snugly. This is not having it. This is definitely not going in, and it should sit in. So yeah, doing repairs may be entertaining, but it's not for everyone. But I don't mind. But perseverance, just, you know, we all learn. We've all got to learn. It's true. It's true what Andy said. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not, once you've mastered the skill, it's second nature. But you're still learning. I mean, I look at Retro 6 with his website, and he said when he was on the stream the other day, it takes years to master a technique and whatever fits you. He said you're not going to do it overnight. He said you just got to keep persevering. And he said even he went on advanced courses, paid thousands of pounds, and he said even that, he said he still struggled. He said but he kept on at the end of the day, and he got there in the end. And he said my skills gradually then started to slot into place. This is not going in. That's amazing. That is not even, that's not even clipping in. Let me see if I can fit that. I'm really shocked with that. I'm you know, I honestly thought that was going to slot in. Because if you damage that, it's like I said, there's guide pins at the side. So there's nothing else for it to slide into. Do you know what? I've just fell in. You know what I've done? Right. I've just looked again, because there's no instructions. Right. This is a locking mechanism. Right. And because there's no instructions on this. Right. So when I've just looked of opening this up, this little locking gauging pin, I'm trying to put it in at the back. They don't. On the front, it just slots in. That locks it into place, so it doesn't pull back out. But again, you've got a job to see it, because it's so ultra thin. So now that should just slot in, and I ain't damaged not one pin on that. Here you go, and she's now slotted in. Again, for future reference, if someone wants to try and do one of these mods, right, now she's in, and that's snug. Look, that's not going nowhere now. So basically, so I was trying to put it into this one, right? This, I know what this is for. This is not meant for that side. This is, you have to buy optional extra. Again, you have to order it, someone in the UK, if you want to extend it through your top of the plate. So where's the, on top of here, let me put this to one side for a minute. Right, so when you're actually putting these together, if you ever do want a mod, you have to pay extra again to actually do it. So on these, on the actual, on the switches itself, you've got this. This is what lights it up, right? So basically there. But what happens where you've got this lights up orange, or you can put a custom LED in, and I've done a few custom LEDs and lit this up rainbow colour, which I'll probably end up doing at some point. But that's what that's for. That other slot that I was trying to gently put that in, it won't go in. This is for an expansion for that, so then you could, instead of taking your micro SD card, instead of taking it all apart, you can just slot it from the top, but it's still got a little bit of a light both sides, and that's what that mod's for, because it bypasses all of this and that ribbon cable, but it's a bit more tricky to put in. So because you've got to gently try and put this together and thread all that cable through, which is not the easiest to do. So now I know that's why I thought, why isn't it going in? Because that should have gone in. But again, no instructions, doesn't tell you. That video is outdated. It doesn't tell, because that was batch 6. I've just looked on here and this says batch 9. So this is slightly modified. So because it actually, if you look at the back of it, it tells you what batch number. It's got a little tiny dolphin written on it, but this has got batch 9, Rev 9, and the other one says Rev 6. So these are all different types of batches. So what they've done, the other one must have been an earlier revision. So this is being a later, it's set out different. But it don't matter, it's now in. And it's installed correctly because you've got an arrow. The arrows, like he's just said on there, the arrow should meet the arrow. So you've got an arrow and you've got an arrow on the board. These two should marry up. So hopefully that is now correctly installed. So now I can put this in. Right, and now that matches up to exactly where he says where that matches. And before I do that, let's quickly put that screw put back in, because I don't want to rip it. It's right next to that trace. Let me just pull that up a minute. It's not the easiest thing to put in, and you've got to work it out. You've got to work it out while you're going along, and you know, and the video instruction that's got to come back out. It's got to be screwed in. I thought it did. So they're giving you out-of-date video for a different part of an earlier model, but Jesus, I mean, come on! If you know you're bringing out a new model, update your video at the same time. Otherwise, if you're not giving no instructions how to install it, you've got to search for it and do it yourself. I mean, I know that, you know, you've got to work these things out, but blimey, it is an absolute headache. No, that's not going in. I'm not going to force it. Let's take that screw out. That's not sitting right. I'm going to do this by hand because you'll start stripping the screws and then you've damaged the perk. So you have to make sure that I've got right crap lighting in here. Absolutely diabolical. I can't even see what I'm doing. It's like working with beer goggles. Seriously, it is. It's like having beer glasses on. You think, oh Jesus, what's going? Have I got any? Yes, I have. Got these out of. What did I get? I get these out of Asda's, I think. Paid about £4, I think. A selection, a round. What's that? A 6-piece screwdriver for a £5. I mean, blimey, it's worth that alone. That's better. And tight it. I should have. I don't like using them because it tends to strip the screws anyway if you go too mad. Right, now we're in. So now I can put that in and that fits now perfectly. So right, okay, that video is completely misleading straight away. So looking at what I've done on here now, actually looks quite good because it's fitted into that slot really nicely. Right, so we've got the slot in. And we've now got the we've now put that into it because the other one had a screw in, so this one just slots in and screws at the top. Right, so and it's gone right in that corner perfectly. But the only thing is that screw hole don't look too big to put. That don't look very snug. I don't think you can't. They haven't even supplied you a screw or anything to actually tie this in. There was nothing. All they give you was just that bit of plastic. So they're crowdfunding. I mean, they've given you something to actually put in, but you can't screw that in because you're going to split and break that board. It's not designed for it. Let's just gently see if that does. I could be mistaken, but I don't like to force something. You crack the board and you end up breaking something. Right, that's the one I've stripped, isn't it? So that won't help. So let me just try and put that in there. If not, I'm going to leave it out because that just don't seem. It seems wrong. No, I'm not. That is not going in. So right, for future reference, please don't put the screw in there. You'll crack that board and take it out completely. So I that nearly poked it right through. Jesus. Now. You can drop the screw now, it's gone on the floor. Hold up a minute. Right guys, where is it? fucking dog will eat it. I thought, oh no, it's lucky enough it's only here. Right, I'm leaving that out. I'm not putting that in because they haven't supplied any screws, and that was far too tight. That would have stripped that and damaged that board right on the side, which I'm not going to put in because it was wrong. So, because the top of these heads are so wide, you would have just completely and utterly stripped it. But I'd say with that, it's too tiny on that. So, yeah, that's what this is. I've realised now what that is for. So, if you ever do get one of these, don't put the cable in there. It's virtually invisible from the other side. You wouldn't know that without looking at it closely. So this is for the expansion for the top part if you want to put your micro SD card in. Because the one underneath it there's a tiny slot right underneath that, and that's for your micro SD card for it to go. So again, not the easiest to put in. Definitely not the easiest. And they said, you know, you'll have this installed in 5 minutes. Yeah, I can see it. I think in 100% you'll definitely put it in within 5 minutes. You know, which I can't never see in myself. But let's put that screw back in there. That's it. Just hold that in. So what I'm going to do is, I think the next task is let me just quickly plug this in because I want to see this, because I don't want to end up putting all this back together and it ends up being game over, and you know, or something's not working. That was another thing I've done on this again with these Nintendos, GameCubes, because I love the GameCube. It's got some great games for the GameCube. It really is. Well, I've always been one of my retro sort of consoles, and I've virtually near enough got every console going over there, and they've all had to be repaired at one point at their time. I've done a mod on this one. So basically, which they don't come, I put a clock battery one of these, because these ones are they're actually moulded to the board, so they're soldered, so you can't take them out. You know, they're all sealed up. So what I've done, I took one out of an old Amiga and cut the third pin, because you can't, again, you can't seem to get them. Good luck trying to get these. You know, you probably can, but you want to order them from America. But the time you pay everything from all the importing and taxes and duties and everything, that ends up being like nearly 30 quid. And you think, what? Jesus, I ain't paying that. So I cut one down from an old Amiga. I cut his third, it was 3 pins on the Amiga. Cut that off, sheared it, because you only want your plus and your negative. That's all it is. And now, and what I basically done, put a little bit of resin underneath, so it just bonded. You probably don't mean it was overkill anyway, and I've soldered the legs, and then now I've got, it sticks out a little bit, but it has got the clearance from the front. So a great little mod to put on these, and so if that, because these always go flat when you don't use them over a period of a long time. The batteries go flat, and then that's it. You have to keep resetting everything on the dashboard. Well, I won't have that issue now, because now to get all that off, I've got to take the screws out here, but now I could just flip that out, put a new one in. So that's another good thing on here. But I've just looked, really needs retro brightening. It's absolutely, it's so discoloured. Look at the colour variation. You can't tell, but you probably can actually. You can actually see it. But the colour variation on there, that looks like a smoker that's had that. That's light grey. That's, I don't know what colour that is. It ain't battleship grey, I know that for sure. So no, so yeah, unfortunately I can't put a screw in that because they didn't supply me with one. And but it's snug. Look, it's not coming out, so I can't see it. I mean, you're not going to throw these about anyway, so give or take. So I have now got to put this ribbon back in, and they are an absolute headache, because you, again, light is the key to actually put these in. So fiddly. They've put them in the most awkward spot going. Come on. Again, tweezers. Looks, I could use them as chopsticks. They're so bent up, it's unreal. I think chopsticks are more straighter than these. Seriously? There she goes. She's in. There's no way you can get your hand in there. You just can't. So forget it. Okay. Will help if I have it round the right way. Jeez. Right. Second time round 2. Right, there you go. There you go. She's in. Lovely jubbly. Right, so there's a band. That then clips in. See what I mean? So yeah, so we are good on that front. So that is now installed. Dig the power supply out. The Flippy drive is now in place. So we have got, yeah, because I didn't, that's another thing I've just realised, and I've just fell in again. No instructions on these. You've got on that back of that ribbon cable for future reference. If someone wants to do this in future reference, you can look at this video. I've just found another little interesting fact on there. Again, they've put a little white dot on the back and a little black dot on the back of where it says Rev 9 Flippy drive. So the dots, so the white dot and the black dot match together. Sort of like, I don't know why they've done one black and one white, I haven't got a clue. But they could have just done one black dot, one black dot. I mean, that's just going to confuse someone. But lucky enough, they've done the same with the arrows. One white arrow, one black arrow. So these, so you know you can't put these back to front. If you do, look at this video for future reference. And you think, no, hang on a minute, he's right. That's wrong. So I better put that back. So hopefully, it's... that is now done. The only thing is, apart from lurking. So what I'm going to do now is give this a boot and see if we got an image and see if this drive actually physically works. Right, so I need cutters. That's really annoyed me, thinking that the crowdfund on there. They've raised nearly 100, you know, they've nearly raised £1 million in funds, and I'm not being funny, they haven't told no one how to put these together. Because the video they're giving you is too old, it's not updated. So they've not, it's complete, which is completely wrong, because you just spent it and you're thinking, well, it looks easy, but yeah, that's for the older model, not for the new model. Right, first things first, have we got power? Oh, we are. I did put a custom LED in. Let me turn that down. I did do it. Yeah. So I've put a custom LED in this one when I've done it. So it does change rainbow coloured. I think I've got a pot of them. The top of my head, I think these are, I put a voltage meter on it. I'm pretty sure this was 12 volts on there. I think that's overkill. I think it was registering around about 8 or 9 volts. Not a lot of voltage going through these. You've only got to light up an LED. But you can run a 4K resistor through it if you're not sure. If you want to get a brighter alternative, the best way is use 5 volt LED, but then you'll blow it. So what you want to do is run a 4K, and I'm pretty sure I've got some 4Ks in here. I'll tell you what one it is. Yeah, that's it. You want some of these. So if you ever want to do a modern future and you're not sure, again, the video don't tell you, right? Not in this video. Get some of these. These are 470 ohm K resistors, right? You can pick these up for pennies, literally. Let me turn this back up so you can see it. Right, so basically, so you take these little tiny, what's how many bands is that? So that is a 4-band K ohm resistor. So take one of them. It doesn't matter which side, they're not polarised, so it ain't going to make no difference. It's only for an LED at the end of the day. Again, you can put them back front, you ain't going to blow it. Sandwich one into the LED, and I think I've got an LED one in here. No, that's a what's named on it. You put one end at the LED, use a bit of each shrink ring, one of those little shrink wrapper things, which I've got some up there, so you don't touch one side to it, so it don't bridge anything out and shorten out. And then the other side just solder, because you need your plus and your negative, but it don't matter with the resistor because it takes the resistance. That's what hence the resistor's for. So you put it on both sides, and then you'll get a brighter experience. So then when it peaks, because this peaks more than 5 volts going through, this is about 7 to 8 volts. So then you'll get a nice bright effect. But make sure that there's different versions of these, so you want to make sure you get a 3.5, not the 1.5 or the 2.5. They're for earlier models, so get the 3.5, which is the big fat ones at the end of these. And but yeah, I think they're 12 volt. You can't go wrong with the 12 volt ones. I mean, it'll peak up to the maximum of the output of what that's going to go to anyway, so it makes no difference. But we have got somewhere, so what I need to do now is check the TV. I need to plug in. Where's the? I need. Let's plug this in at the back. I mean, this is my own personal one. I know that I wanted to do this anyway, so I wanted to do some mods to it, but I am going to retro bright that, and I've got the materials, and I've got, that's interesting to show you how to do retro brightening if you ever want to do modded consoles, because again, it's great to do, but careful with the chemicals. You breathe it in and you're going to start going light-headed. You know, I did. Well, I was new to it, and I started off, I left the top off, and when I was, you know, this thing was bubbling away to retro brighten it, and what tended to happen was when I walked past, I thought, God blimey, why am I light-headed? I felt like I've had like some really wicked strength lager, and when I sat down after about 5-10 minutes I was fine, but every time I walked past it I was getting these, and I thought, oh God. And then I realised, yeah, when I read up on the one of the forums said don't breathe in the fumes, it will make you light-headed. Because it's raw peroxide. I mean, but there's different types of peroxide. I didn't know this. Again, well, let me go and grab the peroxide and I'll show you. What do you need? Yeah, I would say if you're ever going to do retro brightening, really guys, don't breathe this stuff in. It is not nice, and it is seriously got some strong fumes, and you will come over really dizzy. Now this is the stuff that you need for raw peroxide, and I'm telling you, get this in a cup, and this will be like an acid to like taking your skin, because it's really highly corrosive, but it's fine on plastics. So you want to make sure when you're doing retro brightening, again, no one tells you this, you've got to work this out, right, is to basically make sure it says 11 point, right, this should be nearly 90%. This contains hydrogen peroxide, 12% water, right, preferred water on this, right, so you need, this causes serious eye damage, right, and breathing problems, so don't get too artful with this stuff, because this really gives off some nasty gases. And now I have to put a lid on it and vent it at the same time, because if this is completely sealed off, this is like a bomb waiting to go off. Basically, this stuff is nasty, but this is what gives off what the sun gives, basically, the UV. There's UV chemicals, because you need a UV light anyway for this to work. So without a UV, if you put this in raw, it ain't going to make no difference. You know, but if you want to strip any chemicals off, my God, use this stuff. This stuff is absolutely lethal. It will take, you know, this burns concrete if you're not careful. So, but it's fine with plastics. So you don't worry about the idea of that, because I was a bit worried about putting plastic in. But you know, but you need that. You need that and UV. And I'm not joking. All you need to leave that on for is 5 to 7 hours, and that will take that back. So, well, actually, I'll show you what it looked like, because I'd done my BBC Micro, right, It's rocket fuel, definitely. You won't want to breathe that in, bud. Trust me. If you breathe that, that's why I kept feeling really funny and light-headed. It even tells you on here, don't breathe in the fumes. But again, retro brighting could be fun, but I would say please don't do it indoors and do what I've done. I mean, if I'd have known then, right? Jesus. So right, yeah, I'll just see it. You're right. OBS reconnection successful. Well, we're back. So let me grab. Let me. I've got one of these. This is my own personal. This I've done some serious work to this. This had to be sent off. It had a lot of. This was tripping out quite a lot. I had problems with when I first bought this. This was smoke problems. It'd been caught in part of a fire. Lucky enough, it didn't damage it. But the power supply, which I have got, let me just double check see where the power supply is. Oh, it's probably buried somewhere, and I can't find it amongst all that crap everywhere. It's a lot. This here is my lovely BBC Micro. This was so yellowed, and when I say yellow, it looks like a smoker had been smoking for over 40 years. It was so dark yellow. This is why I had to get into retro brighting, and nothing would touch it. I tried to do it the old-fashioned way, took the plastics off, put this outside, left it when in the summer for about 3-4 days. It only took it down by 2 to 3%. Nothing will touch it. Now, this is the exact colour if this would have come out from the factory. So, which is amazing because it literally looks like brand new. And I'm not just saying that. If I zoom out, this is one piece of kit which I grew up with in the 70s with these BBC Micros, and these were fantastic. I've done so much coding on these, learned how to program, learned how to type code, program some games. It was really great fun. So this really was quite dear to me on that front. So I wanted to get this one 100% put back. And you can buy these, they're reasonably priced. You can pick them up for about £150. You can get them working, but you won't get all the chips in. Now these suffer from one major problem. If you ever think you're going to get one of these BBC Micros, right, they have a massive power supply, and I can't find the power supply to show you because it's buried in amongst all these consoles that I've got. You've got a power supply, and it takes the whole length from about here all the way up, and it's about that wide. So it's a brick. It's really quite deep because it's about that deep itself. With these, and they get extremely. When I say extremely, it gets that hot, right? You can actually, right, if you kept your finger on there for less than 2 seconds, it will take your skin off. You will end up at the A&E department with skin burns. That's how hot these got. And they suffer from one major fate. Believe it or not, this has been modded. I modded this. This is another mod that I've done on this BBC Micro, and I learned over time. But because I grew up with these, I know these quite well. So on the power supply, all it's going, it takes 240 volts in, and all it gives it out is 12 volts. That's all it gives. You can run this thing on a battery, and I kid you not. But the way I've done it is now this can run. This can actually run on one of these. And I kid you not, I have now Retro 6. He's a wizard. He re-engineered this BBC Micro, and it's actually on his website. He does a thing called he's done a thing called a clean comp, which he's done quite a lot of clean comps. So he reversed engineered the BBC Micro because again it was quite dear to him, and he took the power supply to rip it out and replace it with this. So now this don't run on a normal power supply, and I'll tell you what, and I'm going to prove to you, right, I'm not lying. now don't need 240 volts anymore, right? Because you've got all your ports underneath, so you've got all your connectors. So let me go and grab, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. And I kid you not, it's the most simplest thing you can ever do. If I knew where to put it. I bet I'll put it up there, ain't I? I've got a micro USB-C port. No, it didn't. I did put it out in the kitchen. So right, this is our good Retro 6 is. Again, no instructions. He does not tell you how to install this. You have to work it out yourself. There's no instructions on the net, but I'm going to do a teardown video and I'm going to show you. If everyone's got a BBC Micro, they've never done one of these before, it's really dead simple. You just, now you don't need, you just take a micro USB type C port, so you can get these for your mobile phone, which I have got. Plug that in, right? This is now, I don't need to run anything. I can take this. This is portable. Now I can actually run this and take this anywhere. And I do take this around my mum's a few times. And I love playing the old retro 8-bit games. Now plugged it into a little bank, power bank with that. Switch it on. So you can actually see. Let me turn that down. Right, so you can see the light. So we've got light there. Right. Right, so I've got one in and one out, so I need the output. So I need to plug that into the output, which it is. It's now on the output. Switch that. It's now got 4 little lights, and if I remember correctly, is it round that port? Hold up. This, I did switch it on for me. Right, no, it's not that one then. It might have been that one. Well, I did put it on there, and it does go through, and I actually put it in. Oh, you know why? Because that's not micro USB-C. That one is. So, I don't think it is. No, so I can't run it through that. I thought I'd run it through that. Actually, I can run it through the top. Here you go, runs it through. So you just heard that beep. Basically, so because I forgot, I've got a little micro USB port up there. This don't have a micro USB port. I've just realised I tried to put it into a USB port and it don't work. So, but yeah, basically you can now see the light. If I turn it off, you got the famous beep. You know, so again, and it took a lot out because I'm now running it in the back at the end of the day, so you can run that on literally anything, and it's a great tool to have. It really is. So I'm grateful for Retro 6 actually putting this beast was on it. But I was saying, getting back to doing the retro binding, because this plastic is extremely thick, and it took forever. It literally took 7 hours with this stuff. 7. That's all it took, 7 hours, and it brought it up so clean you can't tell. I'm not joking, it was so dark yellowed, literally on there, and now it looks like brand new. It looks like it's come off the factory. And without that chemical ends up being nearly £30 for 5 litres. And that'll live forever. You can have that'll go on. That'll do so many retro consoles. But you still need you still need a blue light, which again you're looking at about £24 for a blue light. It's worth it. It is worth it. But please don't do it inside. I found out the hard way. It doesn't work on that front. Because that's the last thing I want to do. I wonder. I kept feeling dizzy, and I thought, oh God, Jesus, what's up in my head? Why does my head feel fuzzy? So don't do it for all plastics. You only need to do it for white plastics. So hence getting back to this. This is the reasons why I was going to do it for this, and that won't take 7 hours. That'll just take an hour. and that will strip that right back to the perfect grey. You can actually see the difference. Actually, if I keep it exactly where it is, you can actually see the difference. That's the colour it should be, and this is off. It's like a really nasty colour at the end of the day. But with that chemical, I would do that, leave that for about an hour with that light on, that blue light, that ultraviolet light, run that, and I'll tell you what, you won't notice a difference. It will just take it straight back. It only works with white plastics or creams. Perfect, absolutely perfect. But you won't get it any other way. You can't do it any other way. If you tried the sun, it doesn't seem to work. And I don't know why, it just don't seem to work properly. I mean, perhaps there's not enough UV light in the sun for actually taking it and stripping it back. But a lovely machine, because like I said, that's quite dear to me. I love the BBC Micros. I've done a couple of mods on that, so that's the second mod I've done, and the other one is to put an MCC, which is, yeah, it's one of these, I think. Is that it? Yeah, it's called MMFS. Yeah, it's one of these. It's a chip. So basically, you need to install this chip, and then there's a little board that it connects to with a ribbon cable. This then comes out of an expansion. You put the ribbon in, and there you can play all homebrew games on the BBC Micro. If I get time after this one, I'll show you. And I've got every single game that the BBC Micro done and stuff. And the good thing is, you can still learn to program stuff on it at the end of the day. I mean, I've got the floppy drive. I bought the floppy drive for it, but you don't need it. Not with that little, gadget. I mean, it's fantastic. So now what I'm going to try and do. Let me just have a quick look now. So I need to dig a game out. I've got stacks of games for that. My bedroom's absolutely loaded. I just need to sort this camera out. I've got so many cable ties on that thing. It's called the Git 2. It's not ideal. I'd like a nice SLR up there. Or if you go for what Retro 6 has got, he's got the Black Widow. My God, 6K camera. He said it cost nearly 10 grand. I thought, Jesus, that's a bit much for streaming. But he's earning the money, and he's he can afford it at the end of the day. But then it streams in 6K, for God's sake. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's why his streams are lovely. You see everything, the amount of detail. He's just got cameras with multiple X. He must cost him thousands to settle that up. Right, so let me go back into select. I'll leave this on. I need SCART, so I'm still going to leave that running in the background so you can still see. I won't come out of that. I'm going to switch that on. Right. See, this is why you got to make sure that it's important. I've got no drive on that front. Right. Right, I can hear it whirling up, but what I'm saying is this is not spinning. So this is what I'm saying about this sitting into that port. So this is where it's got to be snug. This is why I did not want to put it back together at the end of the day. We've got nothing. Let me just quickly put the case in it. There might be another hidden trigger or something. I don't like putting these things back together because they're a bloody pain in the backside. Right. What? Would help, wouldn't it? Putting it back to the front of the crank. Right, that's good. Open it up. It says power, but the power is not pushing down, so because something's not sitting right. Yeah, it is now. No, we've still got no issue. We're still having an issue here with the power. It's sitting. So this is what I'm saying about with these mods. So they're not the easiest thing to fiddle. Here we go. If that's not spinning up, that's not sitting and making connection on that drive, which is not, because I can't hear it spinning. But we have got the bootloader. The bootloader is loading up. Let me flip the camera around and I can quickly show you. On that front, let me spin the camera around, and then you can see it for yourself. So we've got the bootloader is actually working. So the mod is working because we've got it on here. So that is doing its job, but we've got no boot spin. So that's a good thing. So I know that is now cube boot loader. So that is definitely doing its job. So I've just got to figure out why this disc's spinning. So it is making connections. So that is one good aspect. So let me put that back. So I know that I ain't got to take that back off and redo it. So that's one good aspect. So let's put this back to HDMI. So that connection is now done. I've now got to find out why this is spinning, because like I said, if this is not connecting, normally you put the disc in. And I've got to find out everything else is connected. I've got power to the power. I've got the powers. The red and the black are connected for the power switch. This is for your. The only thing I can put it down to is because the ribbon cable's behind here. You've got one here for this thing. So if this is not sitting straight, or this cable, make sure that it's sitting. No, it's fitted right. It was fitted right. Let me turn it off because I don't want to shorten her out. Let me put her back. Where's my little torchy torch? Alright. Forget it. Oh, it's over there. That little torch helps. It's just it's guidance. I'll have a look at the messages in a minute, mate. Let's have a look. Let me just plug this back in. So yeah, we are getting connection because I've got the bootloader to come up. So which is great. But what it is, them connections, it still might need sitting down. It's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this. Actually, before I do it, no, I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to let's put Zelda back in. I'm going to just snap that down with that tool. Make sure that it is connecting. Let's take this off. Turn that off. We have got the bootloader to come up, man. That's one good aspect. I mean, in theory, you don't need this because all this does, you can copy the discs straight on and dump the ROM file. You can dump the files directly onto an SD card, or you can what some people do is disengage this completely, put that cap on, and then you don't need a drive because all you need to do then is just dump the ROM files straight onto the SD card and you can play it because it emulates the CD, and that's all it is. It's an emulation, but it bypasses all the security what the these GameCubes have got. So hopefully, let me take this one back out. Where's that screwdriver? I'm going to snug it down. I think I should have just done that. I didn't know what that tool was for, and it was purely for that reason. But it is connected right. I haven't damaged nothing, and I was really ultra careful. You don't want to rip these cables, because then I've then got to contact the crowdfunding, and then that could be another couple of weeks. It could be another month or two before they send me another one out. I don't really want the headache, so just take your time and don't rush on these. It's true what Retro 6 says. Right, that's off. See, that's come out now. It's completely flopped out, but it don't matter. It was gonna come out at some point because it's not glued in. You don't glue it in. I was going to say we don't do an Andy with the headset and put 3 tons of glue in everything. But no, I'm not saying that, and I know I know you're having issues with your things at the moment, but glue ain't always your best friend. That's what that tool is. Now I've realised what that tool is, because look, it slots into that perfect. And that then snugs that in, right in. Here you go. Yeah, look, see, look. So really, what I could do, I could actually disengage that, leave that cap in, and then that's it. You leave that cap in exactly where that is now, and that's really pushed in, which I can really, really feel that. It's right snug. The trouble is, I'm not going to get it out. Yeah, you can. And I think that what that does, that creates that perfect connection, which it has, because I can actually physically see that now. It's now created this perfect shape of this W shape with the connector. So let me double check, make sure. Yeah, we've got connections that side. It's a little bit down on one side, but it's got made that connection. So. So you've got to make sure you put it around the right way. So that's what they give you that tool for. But again, no instructions. Absolutely no instructions on that whatsoever. So, which is really frustrating. Right, let's see if we can push that down. Again, not that. Please don't use the tip of the tweezers whilst aimed on it. Always use the curved side of the tweezers if you're going to push it down. You want something that's going to be really, that's really thin actually. Where's my spatula? That'll do. I don't want to end up ripping the traces to that cable whatsoever. I think that's why they do it, because with the way these are, right, you have to make sure that them sides are not touching, literally are not touching at all. This is probably why the drive is not working. It's not reading. It's reading the card, so it is connecting, but it's not reading the card, because if them PIDs are bridging anything, then you're probably going to end up with issues, or the drive won't read. Oh, yeah. Hot glue fixes everything. Yeah, well, Falcon probably does, mate. I mean, to a certain degree, glue does fix everything to a certain degree. You're probably right. I mean, but depending how much you actually use. I mean, I know I've got my glue gun there. I mean, I've got that big beast. It gives off enough bleeding glue with his drool everywhere, and he's an absolute animal at the end of the day. And he does make a mess when he glues. He's always gluing me up. And I'm always. That's why I have to keep cloths and things like that. Yeah, seriously. I'll probably would have ended up doing it, but yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes my backside. There's no way this is not for a first timer to actually do these mods. And they saying it's easy, a kid can do it. Yeah, what kid? You know, was he Einstein or something? I mean, seriously, come on. This is not for the easiest for task for anyone. You know, and like I said, you've only got to muck that up, and then you've really buggered it. But you can't have them connectors. You can't have them connectors touching, because this is what's causing the problem. And this is the issue that I'm having. I think what's actually... Right, so I think that looks a little bit more better now. That's better. That's better. What it is there's connectors down on one side, right, on this. And that fold is really important. For what I can see on here, right, that fold, on these connectors on the back of here, you've got these gold plates. And it's, because it's slightly tapered, it's got some rounding point. If this is not sitting spot on, it can't make connection to put for the drive. Because then what you're doing, you're bridging, which then will shorten it out, hence causing a problem. And I've just looked, that is now sitting much dead centre. And that looks a lot better. I mean, it could do with a little bit more this side, but it's a lot better than what it was. So I'm going to leave it exactly where that is now. So I would definitely say, if you're having an issue, please check this cable and just do it so carefully when you're installing it. Who sent a message? Fucking. Yeah, they make them sound easy, but it really takes a lot longer just to fit nice. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, don't always go by. They show you on these YouTube videos, and I think this is what really gets it with some people, because they always say, no, it's easy, a kid can do it. Yeah, right, okay. But you go to do it, and you'll end up doing damage repair to your motherboard, or you end up damaging some form of trace. I mean, look how small some of these tiny resistors are. Even if you've got a microscope, right, and I've got a microscope, I've got the same one as Andy, it's very similar, but I've nicked the boom arm off it, right. Someone threw this away, they thought it was broken, right. What they didn't realise was, all they needed to do was push it. There was a bit of crap in it. It was chucked out over the road, and I thought, what's that? It looks like a camera, right? What it was pushed halfway through, and you couldn't push it down. Yeah, because there was crap inside it. I pulled it out, plugged it in, it lit up. I mean, unbelievable. And yeah, what are these worth? 100 quid, 70 quid? It's something like that. They're not a lot of money at the end of the day. But the trouble is, that's too magnified. It zooms in too much, and you need a big arm to zoom out to like this. So in the end, I end up just using this Git camera. But if you see how I've done it, you'd have laughed. It looks so botched, it's unreal. But I've ordered a 4K one, webcam, 4K webcam, and that will give off, and it's a 90-degree angle as well, so it will give a much more better field of vision, and it will give off a cleaner image. So I'd rather replace that with that one there. I mean, it's all right for streaming purposes, but it ain't designed for streaming. I just have to bring it in more. Right, let's put this back in. Let's see how we get on. That seems to sit better now, but I don't want to keep tempting fate, because I know what'll happen. You'll end up, you know what happens, taking things off, putting things on. You'll end up damaging it. I don't want to end up forcing that in. That's it. I heard that clip in. That clipped in. That physically clipped in. I did hear that clipping. Right. I'm just not even going to. Not going to screw that back in. Right. I'm going to leave that hanging out, even though it should be all right. I ain't going too mad. Right. That's in for that one. I'm not going to put the cable back in. I just want to put the power supply back in this beast. And just see if we can get oh, would help, wouldn't it? I ain't got the front ribbon cable in. I won't know if this is booting up. There it is. put it round the right way. This is what I said, lighting's important when it comes to doing this type of content. You either get it oversaturated, or you end up just thinking, bloody hell, I ain't got enough light. It's like a morgue in here, you know, and it's literally, seriously, it's so dark and dim, or it's just over way too bright. It's really difficult to try and find an in-betweener. Right, she's back in, anyway. Would help if I switched it on, wouldn't it? I can hear the fan spin up, but I've got no light. Oh. Right, stop there. Is this put in properly? No. I've got fan spin up. This is what I'm saying about with these. It's why I don't like these ribbon cables. If you keep taking them out and putting them in, it's a ticking time bomb waiting to say, that's it, you've damaged it, you've wrecked it, now you're going to have to get a new ribbon cable. So, no, not the easiest things to keep putting in. I mean, that is sitting nice and snug. That is, and I'm really careful on that front. So, right. These bloody plastics, it's just... Right, leave that out for a minute. We've got no... For some reason, it's not lighting up, but I can hear the fan spinning. Right, so... Nothing. We've got power. I've got the ribbon cable coming in from there because I've not touched that. But we've still got no spin drive. Right, okay. So we've got no spin drive on that. None whatsoever. So let me just quickly whip this one back off. This is waiting to go. Pop, I just know it is. Right, take that out. I'm going to inspect that. I think we should be alright. Let me just quickly boot this one back up. Plug this one back in. You see. Well, that's taken out. We now ain't got a light coming up. And we got spin boot, see? Spinning up. So I know that is that's cable, that is that connector. It's not making a great connection. So I know for a fact that it's not the drive. I know the drive's absolutely fine. It's that connector. It's not, for some reason it's not making a great connection in between from that point from there. Putting the cable in, because I did see the boot menu come up on that floppy drive, so, and I'm just looking to make sure that that's pinching in the right areas. It is definitely pinching. It's definitely pinching. There's no two ways about it. But already, this is what I'm saying about taking cables in and out. I mean, he's started to scrape off tiny little bit the gold connectors, but it is getting, it's okay. It's not damaged. It's not to the point of damageation. So, and I know this is installed correctly because I've pushed this all the way in. So I'm going to take it out and just quickly inspect it. And she's fine, absolutely no damages on that whatsoever. So I'm going to push that back. So it really boils down to then with this that this is not making connection on both sides of that at all. So one side's making a connection, but the DVD drive's not making a connection. So that's where it is. That's why the bootloader worked on one side when it talked to the card, but it's not talking it to the actual disc itself. So hopefully it's just for the finding that sweet spot. It's literally just finding that little sweet spot to try and put that on there. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. Once you find that sweet spot, it'd be absolutely fine. You won't need to take it out. So what I'm going to do, which it don't tell you, I'm going to put it in from the top and not put it in from there. That's probably why it gives you that little holder. And then I'm going to try then because the other way, see, it was sitting, but it might not have been sitting properly. This is what makes me think that this is what's causing the issue. It's not sitting right down and not making a proper connector. And like I said, it's not, these ain't the easiest things to work on. GameCubes are really ultra fiddly. I mean, really ultra fiddly. I mean, they're not the worst. The worst ones are got to be them old retro computers, the ones I've got down here. The Spectrum is, I would say, this is what I asked before in the chat. I said, what's the hardest console or computer to work on? Some mentioned, they didn't mention the Spectrum. And I said, really? I've done 3 Spectrums and every single one, the trace just instantly near enough lifts off. I've tried hot air, lifts off. And I've tried it with low melt solder, rips off. They are, and I don't like doing them there. Now I try and avoid them. And that's just recapping a Spectrum. They are, if you're ever going to say you get a Spectrum, don't. Just, if you get one working, leave it. Just don't touch it. Wait till it goes, because, you know, they really are so finicky. It's just out of this world. I've never had any experience like it when it comes to doing consoles. I mean, you know, some are a little bit more fiddly than others, but them old retro ones, that's why a lot of people don't like touching them, because they will give you an headache, and now you've damaged it. You've done trace damage. I'm going to leave it there. I heard that again click in. So I know that's in. Let's just plug this in. Once it's got that connection, it's just got to make connection on both sides. That's all I want to do here it for. Is that on? Yeah, that is. Oh, it won't, will it? Because you've got to plug the thing in. Because I forgot with these, you've got, this is the reset. You've got to hold the reset down for it to power up. It won't work without the reset. Again, Nintendo, the way they've done it, you know, why? Just want to make things more difficult, I suppose. Right, that's off. No, we've still got no connection. So that ribbon cable is forbidding this drive to boot. It really is forbidding this drive to boot. And I'm holding the reset pins down, which is a bit of a bummer, because like I said, that should be doing it. It is connected, but we've got no reset on this whatsoever, which I'm really surprised. And you know what happens, keep taking that cable in and out, it's just going to be game over for the ribbon cable. And then I'm going to have to contact them saying, can you send me another ribbon cable out, please? Because, you know, no instructions, didn't tell you how to bloody put this thing together at the end of the day. Look, that is sitting, look, that's sitting in there nicely. I can actually see it. let me pull this down now. That's sitting here so perfect. I can actually see it. You've got the tip of the lines I can see. That's really snug fit on both sides of that. I'm going to leave that plugged in there, and that's a shame because, like I said, I know that it's not ripped. The cables ain't ripped. It's it's a perfect snug fit both sides of the pins. And I can't. It's not the pins. I've just looked at the other side of that. It's absolutely fine. So let me take that back out. Yeah, that's sitting really nice. That's absolutely spot on. I can't see the problem, but if for some reason it won't read from the drive. But and it's facing the black dot, facing the white dot. The white arrow's facing the black arrow. Perhaps I might have to just give it a little bit of a snug fit. That's what I said to you, you know. Ding dong, what's the time? Fuck's sake, Jesus. This camera's gone wonky. If you see how botched up it is, you'd laugh how bad that is. I've never botched so much. Hate bodging things up, and that's a right bodge job because it's not designed for that. Don't know why the LEDs decided to stop, because like you said, I just took that drive out, plugged it straight in without that zippy drive thing plugged in, and the drive booted. So I know that there's nothing wrong with the drive. It's the connection that's causing the problem. And we've got no connection. Let me see if I got back onto... I might have to leave it disconnected because HDMI, so if I go into SCART, for some reason I don't know what's going on that front. We got, oh well, the reasons why you got no display because you ain't got it plugged in. Well, that'd help. SCART. No. Have we got display? Here we go. Select your language. English. See? It's working lovely, but the if I turn it off, that's actually, let me spin the camera and I can show you guys. I'm not lying, look. It's literally, it's working lovely. So I know for a fact it says select your language on here, so if I select English, so it would help if I plug the controller in. Let me plug the controller in. Port 1. Let me reset it. But we've got nothing on the disc itself. Right, that's locked out. So let me turn it off. Turn it back on. Here you go. So, right, an error has occurred. See, this is what I was saying to you about before, about errors. So it's actually saying if it's not connected properly, you will get this error pop up. Turn off the power and check the Nintendo GameCube for instruction booklet. This is what I was saying about earlier on about the error codes on that front. So it's not about the thing on it. It's making connection. What it's supposed to do is sit in between the drive and the chip, and this is what it does. But obviously, the issue I'm having, you know, with the drive problem. So you can't. It makes it really difficult with this. So it's seeing because it come up, but I've got no. But literally, I've got. I don't know why this is. All right, here you go. Yeah, that LED's faulty. I might have to change that LED. I've just bent it forward and it's working lovely. Right, I just bent that forward, like the LED's lighting up, so the LED's got an issue. So I know that the LED's are right. So it is making connection, but we've got nothing in between. So for the sake of that, I can't see it being an issue. So it keeps coming up, select your language. No. So we've got we spin the camera back round. There you go. So let's take it back round. So yeah, it's I don't know what's happened with the LED for all of a sudden. It's decided to you know, be a little bit intermittent, but for some reason. This is what I was saying about with GameCubes. If your hard drive fails, you'll just get an error because it won't be able to read from it, even if you leave. But you can't leave that disconnected. It can't complete the cycle to get out of it because it needs that drive. So if you know that if your driving's failed at some point at the end of it, you'll know that for that reason this is not working. But there's no other way. That is installed around the exact way of it is intended to be. So for some reason, oh, I'll tell you what, they don't have to get bloody toasty. Jesus, these you can't put. I'll notice with these because I was going to put thermal paste on. These don't have thermal paste. Don't run away with the idea of putting thermal paste on these. These use thermal pads. You have to use this stuff at the end of the day. Because some of it, you know, you have to use these. These are what they call thermal pads at the end of the day. You can put new stuff on it, probably just wants renewing at the end of the day. It's another way of dispersing the heat out. But, Jesus, I mean, alright, I can keep my hand on that. I'm not going to burn my hand. But they're still quite toasty. It's surprising. I mean, all you've got is a silly little bloody fan at one side to try and disperse that heat because it sits next to the radiator. But it's not going to cool it down. But unbelievable. But yeah, I'm really gutted because that was supposed to be. I've still got the 48K Spectrum from when I was a kid. It still works. Yeah, I mean, I've got two. One of them was working, but when I tried to do a capacitor kit, it ripped the trace from me, and there's no engineering. There's no reverse engineering on these boards, so you can't see where the trace goes. Because it's all you got. Some boards are multi-layered, so you might have 3 or 4 layers through the boards. The Xbox uses 6 layers. 6 layers for the Xbox series models. 6 layers internally sandwiched together, ultra thin. That's why if they ever have a massive burnout or the capacitor goes bang or one of those voltage regulators, it burns right through the board. It's game over. I've seen Joey do it, and he's a top professional. He knows what he's doing, Joey. And even he said, once it goes through the board, it's a really hard thing to do. You keep grinding away until you get it, but if you go too far, it's too far gone. You can't repair that board, and that's the trouble. Yeah, Spectrum. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've got, like I said, I've got a couple of Spectrums, and I bought this for my Spectrum. Because I had 2 of them. I bought a job lot with all the other consoles, and this is another one that you can't get because they don't sell them on eBay. I can put you in touch with a link to buy these. These are about £70. this is a tape emulator basically, and again it just uses the TAP or the ICU files, only recognises 2 formats. And I found a company up north that actually 3D printed these. You can put them underneath in it, and basically what it does, they give you all the leads, but it now comes with a little micro SD card, right? And so basically you can run all your tape files onto that. Now it thinks that it's now running a cassette running through it to load it in. And you can, and it takes the exact same time. But the trouble is with cassettes, because I've got a lot of cassettes from most of these consoles, even with my C64 down there. Some of them just fail. I mean, I've got some really ultra rare cassette tapes for the Spectrum Plus, and I'm afraid to say they're too far gone. They've been oxidised so much they just wear away on the top part of the head. It strips the gaming code down. So this emulates that tape deck. So when you plug the wires in, again, it looks and feels just like the tape deck. But you have to wait like it. It might wait 5 minutes before it loads a game up. So you can go for a coffee, come back, it's still loading. But it's got a countdown timer. So it tells you how long it's going to take. So it'll say 60 minutes. Or some might say 30, 1 minute something, whatever it says, it comes up. So actually it's quite cool. But there's 2 models you can buy these, and he's always selling these out. And I was lucky that I got one. I took the last one at the end of it, and but yeah, you can have one without it, and you can download the files, and you just have to guess. It just tells you. But I wanted one with the LED screen, so. Because otherwise, how are you going to know, what file you're loading? You have to go by commands and tell it. So it's just easier to see what you're actually doing. So I got that, and it looks like part of the Spectrum. I mean, the except for the Spectrum Next, but they're just too expensive when they're £400 and £500. That's a bit out of my price range. I can't go through that. But yeah, I love the Spectrum on that front. I think that's a great thing. I think they're one of them things I'll always love. I'm pretty gutted because this mod's working, but it's not actually making connections from the gold connection. I'll tell you what about if I rub a little bit of IPA? See if I can try and clean it. Because I've not damaged the pins, it's actually really... Let's see if I can try and clean the pins both sides. Because whatever it's doing, it's making connection on one side, it's not making connection on the other. So I know it's not the pins on there, and it's not the pins on that. So the only thing it's using this is acting like a filter. And if this is not pinched tight enough, it's not making that connection to give it, saying that it's the drive's being connected. And this is the trouble. It's fitting snug, which that should be enough, but apparently it's not. So let me just squirt a little bit of IPA. This is another thing. Don't bring in IPA. If you read it, it actually even tells you it's hazardous and it's not great for breathing. At the end of the day, something else you don't want to. You think, bloody hell, all these chemicals. I'm just going to quickly lightly rub that, see if there's any oxidisation comes off them pins. I'm going to clean, I'll just quickly give them pins a clean anyway. Well, I've cleaned the inside one. Let's clean the outside. But I still think that it ain't the pins are just not pinching it enough to actually, for it to work. And that's a shame because this has got potential. This is why I love modern consoles. Without going, I mean, the easiest one by far, if you want to mod a console, at the end of the day, is it's got to be that BBC Micro. That took me 3 minutes to mod that. Literally, that's the quickest and easiest mod I've ever done on that BBC Micro. Yeah, the only thing is, just be careful with them chips. Don't take the chips out. They're too fragile. They're like the Atari ST, the Amigas, and they're like the Spectrums. You take them out. If it's working, don't touch them. Leave them alone, because you're going to have an issue on your hands. Because once you take them out, they don't sit properly. Again, it's all down to pin connection. And then you'll think, oh, Jesus, why did I just do that? You know, but now you're scratching your head. Now you need an oscilloscope. You've now got to prod every pin, find out what's causing the issue. And if you've never done them before, you won't know where to look. I've got to squash this down. So yeah, this is definitely an interesting fact that mods ain't the easiest thing to do. And I'm telling you now, he made that look so easy. I went, fuck me, I could do that. It's easy enough. Yeah, right. You know, I mean, I'm not being funny. That I struggled, and I was ultra careful with that, and I've not damaged one trace of that. It's not even damaged. So, you know, and that's still not working. Well, the chip's working, but the drive's not working because it's not pinched enough at the end of the day, which is, you know, really gutted. Just going to squirt a little bit, just a tad. Just a little bit of IPA and give it a little bit of a toothbrush issue. Gently. As Bob Ross says. we'll paint a little fluffy white cloud. Right. I'm not going to make it. I can damage the pins and I'll have nothing. So, oh, yeah, right, okay, yeah, good point. Right. So, yeah, let's see if we let's put this thing back in again. It's not, I would say, the way they've done that, they've not designed this too great. They have definitely not designed this too great. I think what they need to do is to take this back to the drawing board. For that to fit properly, what they should have done, they should have used their mark plates on there, and this W should have been done for you, so you get a perfect fit. That's what it should have done. It should have given you the perfect fit. It should give you the perfect W, because that's what you need to create. You need to create this perfect W shape. And this is what causes it for it to sit snug. You know, and it's not sitting snug. I just know that well, it's snug for that, but not enough for that drive. I think that's why they give you that tool, so you push that in and you make sure that that's pushed in at the end of the day. See, that I know that that's in well and truly. Now, I can see it. I can't go any more. But the issue is, it's this where it's not making connection. There you go. That clicked in a little bit better. Let's just see if that made a big difference. Let me go back to, I don't think it has, personally. Let me go back to SCART. Let's put the SCART back in. No. Oh, for Jesus. Well, I forgot. The device dashboard in front of it is upon it. I'll put it in bloody French, you know. Right, hold up. Let's go back again. English. That was in French. I can't speak French. Let's have a look. You must first set the calendar and other options. Press any button. Oh, for Pete's sake. Well, the cable's plugged in. Right. It won't let me go through the... Why has that come up all of a sudden? It didn't do that before. Right. Options. Gameplay memory card. calendar. Oh, here we go. Calendar. Confirm. Yeah, B finish. A to confirm it. Confirm. Let's just put this back to 2025. 24 to confirm. Lovely. B to finish. Where's B, which is the red one? B to cancel. Memory card. Gameplay. No, still not reading from the card. So the card cannot be read from there. It will not read this from that point. So this is a total flop and a foul. It's now just froze at the Nintendo GameCube sign. So let's disconnect that one. Nope, we're just sitting here. We're sitting at Nintendo GameCube, so that's not even budging. So that's a bit annoying because I did have that come up, so yeah, that's not even booting up. Right, okay. So let me go back into the input. Let's just quickly go back into that. Yeah, that's a bit disappointing because obviously, what's that? I've still got one. But looking at this, looking at the way they've set this up with this, it's not. I mean, it's sitting 100%. I mean, I've got that sitting lovely. No cables ripped, literally nothing. But it's definitely down to that connector because it's supposed to sit right in and give you that tether look, but we've not got nowhere with it. I mean, I can't get that any more perfect than what that is. And then there's no way that is. I can't even see it. I can see that's literally pulled down so tight on both ends. I mean, that literally is, because it even says it on there. So it's the cable's facing. Oh, you know why it ain't working? What did I say earlier on? Be careful you set your cables. Look, I've ripped the cable. Look, the cable's ripped. This is why it's not working. Now, that's where it kept taking it in and out. I'm now going to have to contact them and get another ribbon cable. That is literally sandwiched that in between. This is what I was saying about with the cables, and I can actually see that there's two rips in that, and they are so ultra thin. There's no way you can you do that with enamel wire, because they ain't even got enamel wire that thin, because these are ribbon cables. So I'm going to have to contact them, and what I'll have to do is order a couple of these just in case this happens again at the end of the day. But it's a shame because now I'm going to have to put this back, and that's why it froze. It sat there. So to me, when I knew, I said this was supposed to be an easy fit, an easy task. I installed it right, but obviously trying to squeeze it through that little tiny gap, I knew it was going to be a difficult task. It just wasn't going to be an easy task. But I'm just going to double check. I've just put it back. I'm going to. That's a bummer. I really, yeah. Well, you know, Falcon. This is what I'm saying. One, they don't give you any instructions. So, again, this crowdfunding lark. When people do presentations, they're showing you what it can do. What they don't tell you is how difficult it is to actually install. Some mods are easier than others. At the end of the day, it's like JTagging. to do an Xbox 360, right? They make it look so easy. Yeah, I tried. Lucky enough that the console was no good anyway, but I tried to do it. Because you're always better off learning on an old console, right? And again, it's micro soldering. You have literally got to solder around near the CPU, and it is so difficult to do. And it's like this. This was supposed to be where you don't need to mod the board. You don't need to do micro soldering to jump certain wires off the board to put a board on there, so you can bypass all this. Lucky enough, these ribbons, they do sell. They're about $7. You know, so I'm going to order a couple. But now I know, because there was no instructions on these, because literally go online, the video they've given you is way out of date, and look how long it has just took me to put it round the right orientation. I've got that perfect, that I've literally got that so snug, but unfortunately I was just a little bit, where I was saying please be careful when you're putting these down the side, because you've got to fit it into a very thin crack. That's what it's done. It's pinched and torn the trace. So I'm going to pick, I think safeguard it for the sake is buy a couple, because if you happen, then it ain't a loss. So you think, oh right, it's only $7, which is about just over a fiver at the end of the day. So I'm going to order a couple, and I won't have that mistake again. But now I know this revision, because the revision they've got on there is completely different. This is not the same one of the video that they've shown you to install, because it's the only video there is. There ain't no other video in the UK, and this is what I was saying earlier. There's no video on the YouTube in the UK showing you to install these Flippy drives at the end of the day. And it when it does, it works lovely, because it's an emulation, so you can you boot it. But it's a small price to learn. The main thing is I haven't damaged the connector, I've just damaged the ribbon cable. Lucky enough they do sell them, so it's not really the end of it, but it's not a great start to thinking that looks easy. I'm sure I can do that without, you know, making the right pig's ear out of everything. But unfortunately I was just a little bit careless, and I didn't see that got pinched. It was only till I put it under the light and I see it literally got, you know, there's torn in two spots. It just can't be helped. It's one of them things. This is how they say a kid can do it. Yeah, right. They can't do it. There's no way. My skills ain't too bad when it comes to that. I'm not an expert, and everyone's still learning. Even Andy, he still learns. You know, he still comes across. It's not an easy thing to get into. It's entertaining, because it definitely is, but it's not easy. This was supposed to have been dead easy to install. Yeah, they probably did chip. Even that was a bit of a kerfuffle, but got there in the end. But the cable, no, that is not, because it's too flexible, and you can easily, literally, like, because it's got to be bent in a certain way. It don't take much to rip these, and that's exactly what's happened at the end of the day. You're putting metal on plastic. Plastic's always going to lose against metal, because metal won't give. You know, something's got to give at some point in its life, and I'm afraid that torn it, and that was it. It was game over. But let me see if this is all put back. So I'll spin the camera around, and I'll make sure that I'll show you guys. I'm not lying that it's not, lucky enough, it's not damaged. The let's put that there for a minute. It should be all right. That's it. So let me switch her back on. Right, and we should have spinning disc, which we do. So let me see if the game boots up. I've just released the button, so let me see if that thing's on it. It should do. It should boot straight in. Here we go. So she's in. So I know for a fact that the GameCube is actually working 100%, so I know that we haven't got any problem, and I've got to talk over this because it'd be copyrighted otherwise, which I'm going to stop it there. So let me just stop that, otherwise I'll get copyrighted, and my second day on my bleeding stream. Last thing I want to do is get a ban on my account or something. You know, that's all I need. But the main thing is, it is working. It's not damaged, nothing. This is what I'm saying about if that was done on a board. I don't know. You probably would come back to a bricked console and be afraid to say it's game over. A little bit gutted that happened, because the first time I installed it, it actually see the chip, but it didn't read the disc. So that was all down to bending this thing. So what I'll do, I will keep this video and use this as a reference. So the next time that I will do one, that I will now can look back and think, right, I know what to do and how to install it. Because like I said, when this stream's finished, go and have a look, because I guarantee you will not find another one in the UK that's installed these Flippy drives, because no one else, because you can only get them through crowdfunding. No one else has got them, and they're not showing you how to install it. You've got some American putting it on there, but he's showing you an old video. It's not the same one. So, you know, like you said, these things happen. It's just unfortunate. I'm just a bit gutted, to be honest. But now I've got to put 3 million screws bloody back into it. Oh, God, really? And I've got to, because I don't know, these, again, that ribbon, I've got to order these from America again. Lucky enough that part come quite quickly, even though it took 5 months for that. But I'm not sure about the ribbon cable. I'll have to have a look and see what the time frame is. It ain't going to be a 2-week turnaround, I'll tell you that now. It probably ain't. It's probably going to be gutted. But I only need the ribbon. I don't need nothing else off it. I'll have to check why. I've just seen the issue. Why that's not working. I'm glad that is, because I can do that right now. Let me grab the micro solder. I've just wiggled that, and I can see that's actually snapped off the LED bulb, because when I moved it, I'll tell you what, you ever want to get in micro soldering, right, or try to do some soldering, and I really recommend it, you guys, because I know that some of you do want to try and learn. Don't order it off TikTok. That's all I say, is because you have an headache trying to get your money back or something. This is the Fantech, right, up to 450 Celsius. And it's really premium. It's made out of metal. It's really good. It comes with a bunch of tips, which you get on the side here. So when you press the side, you can pull it out. You get some like tips inside. Really nice. You get like a nice little touch. And this is, it all comes off. So you ain't going to break it at some point. But it's not, the base is made of plastic, but the rest is made out of metal. And I'll tell you what, it really is a good premium. Gets hot very quickly. Well, hence it's done my finger a few times, because that's how hot this gets, and it's really, really cool. So you just basically, I've got it on 350. You just hold the button, it go blink red, which a white light will come on. You can see a red. Oh, you can't see it. It's a red light. Then it'll flash green. Tell you what, let me turn that down. You'll see it. There you go, solid white green. So basically, it'll go to a green light. So and then that's it. It's now ready, and away you go. So right, it's just it's a bit of flux, flux. Flux is your friend. It is. Flux is definitely your friend. No, that's not my flux. There's my flux. I'm going to put that. Looks better. That looks better. There you go. There you go. So what I'm going to do is, where's my cleaning tool? As Andy said, nice shiny tip. But this one is, you don't need to go mad with it, because it's really ultra thin. This is great for micro soldering. That battery, I've got about 4 hours out of that battery. Great little tool, and it really is. You don't want to end up putting that on for too long, because it will take the trace off the board. It will literally desolder it from it. I mean, but that's how tiny these things are, and they're fantastic. And I can't stress enough. I think they're a bit expensive now. They're about nearly £70. But I'll tell you, if you want to get into it, that's all right to get in. Where big soldering irons like this one, this is an old one, but it does the job. But they're all right. They're great for doing that job. But that does, if you want to get in really, really tight spaces, and you think, oh Jesus, I need a soldering iron just a little bit smaller just to get it. That's perfect. And that is the reasons why I like that. That's why I bought it. I watched all the reviews, because I always review it first and watch to see if it's got anything on it. You know, what the negatives, what's the pluses. And there weren't hardly any negatives. They just moaned and said the battery could have lasted a little bit longer. Fuck me, I wouldn't moan. I mean, you're not going to leave it on for 4 hours, are you? I mean, you know, flatten it. I mean, that definitely do its job. Right, let's put this back in. Let's see what this is. Let's have a quick look at the comments and see what everyone's saying. Xbox 360, we learn every day, always something new coming along. That is true, actually. Yeah, Falcon, you're right. There is something always new coming along, guarantee it, on that front. But yeah, I would definitely saying, you know, looking at this, I'm a little bit down on that, because I was expecting that doing that mod looked really dead simple to do. You know, I thought, well, you can't go wrong with that. You're not micro-soldering boards to a motherboard. You're not literally putting jumper points on and bridging connections at the end of the day. So you've got none of that issue, and you don't brick your console. It's like, at the moment, the bad update. I've done quite a few of them. The bad update, doing the Xbox 360's homebrew, right? There's a lot of homebrew stuff at the moment. It's great for buying consoles and putting extra content on that wasn't meant for it at the end of it. Then the 360s are really underrated, because now, obviously, you still got to be careful connecting it to the internet, because you can still get a console ban at the end of the day. But once you've installed that soft mod, you can put a blocker that you won't get a console ban. Basically, even though the servers have been switched off, Microsoft still looks to see if it's been exploited, and that exploit, and that's what they use. Bad update actually used that exploit, and it gets around the hypervisor, and there's a chip called the hypervisor chip, and it was like really hard to crack. But I think 2 days after it got launched, someone found an exploit to get round it, but then they patched it and got round it. But then someone found another exploit, got round that. But now it's obviously, now the servers have been switched off and Microsoft are now not bothered, but they still monitor the Xbox 360s, which is still surprising. I'm really shocked. But now bad updates come along, and now you can just download the software on a USB stick, right? Once you've got the USB stick and you format it, download it from the GitHub page, which is a file. It's about just under a gig, so it's not very big, this file. At the end of the day, you can now exploit it and literally run homebrew stuff, and it jailbreaks. You haven't even got to go through the rigmarole of knowing how to flash it. It does it all for you. And I've done 2 so far, and it's really dead simple to do. And I'm running all emulations, which is great. I mean, I don't need the emulations because I'd rather play it on the original hardware. This is why I love doing it. If you're going to run, I mean, to run the emulator for Nintendo, the GameCube, that is why, hence, it's called the Flippy drive, because the emulator to run that on the PC is Dolphin. Dolphin runs emulations on GameCube, because I love running emulations through it, but I still love playing it on the original hardware, and you cannot beat it not running through the original hardware, because it just looks so much better. You know, you need a beefy PC and all to run some of these emulators, because they're not being optimised properly. So if you tried running it on an old system, you might get away with the Game Boys and the Game Boy Advances. But if you want to start running stuff on, like, you know, the Sega Saturn, the PS4, Xbox 360, the Xbox 360 has actually been optimised quite good, so it's not too bad. But Dolphin, it's not been optimised very great. So you will get games like crazy. You'll try and run games like some of the Nintendo games and the Switch emulator as well, it don't run too great because you're running into that issues because they've not optimised it. I'd rather run it through the original hardware, but run it through an exploit through the original hardware. So if you're using this Flippy drive, I know that I can run every single game on there, and then I can run Game Boy games, Game Boy Advance games, because you have to buy the dock to do it, and you have to get them imported from Japan. Well, then you need an import console, and then you need a power transformer because you can't plug them into the UK. It's an headache. I'd rather run something like that makes it so much easier. It's just unfortunate, you know, it didn't work out, and I was pretty gutted, to be honest. So, yes. Right, let me quickly plug this back in there, see if that solved that problem. That's plugged in. No, we've still got a connection issue there. So that's down to trace. So if I'm putting a little bit of pressure, that comes on. So that's a trace issue. I'm going to do it. It's whilst I'm there. Now I took that off. So what I'm going to do now is take it off completely and just check the trace of that, because now it's obviously not making a great connection unless that's snapped underneath, which this is where you need a really, really good torch. A really high powerful torch to have a look, because then you'll be able to see if you've broken a trace or not. No, they're still loose. I can see it. That's wiggling around. That means that's got a trace damage. Oh, that's a shame. Right, okay. So I'm going to need the big soldering iron. Take that off. Oh God, now I've got to put that back on. Oh, this camera. It's right janked up. It is so janky, it's unreal. Guys, let me go show you this camera. You're going to laugh how you've done it. I mean, I can't, if I pull this over, let me put the light on, because again, it's like living in the dark ages round here. I'm not joking, it really is looking at the dark ages. Right, let me get the camera and I can show you how I've done this. Right. It's, let me pull this down, because again, no, I can't pull it down. But let me show you how I've done the cable. How the fuck is, look at all this. I mean, I can't even show you, but look how many cable ties I've had to tie that. It's a fucking get up. Look, it's one of those fucking Mickey Mouse camera ones on there, but it does the job. I mean, but I've had to jank it around so much. It looks so bad. And you think, Jesus, you know, what was I thinking? I must have been eyeing a kite or something when I was doing that. I had too many tenants, because I thought, oh, that'd be alright. Literally, let's see if I could, let's see how many pack of cable ties I've got. I've got a big bag of cable ties. My mum's ringing me, she's saying, oh, your dinner's ready. Oh, I'll be around in a minute. Let me sort this out. I was there for about 10 minutes trying to cut all these cable ties everywhere. Seriously, it was an headache. Oh, I mean, Jesus, yeah. I can't have that. The quality's not bad. I mean, I've got a really good internet connection here because my hub's right in the corner. So, I mean, I'm streaming at 1080, 1060 or whatever it's streaming at. But these cameras ain't the greatest at the end of it. But yeah, they did make me laugh. Fucking looking at all them cable ties. My mate come in and he said, "What the freaking hell have you done to that?" He said, "Looks like Frankenstein." Oh, wait, don't even go there. I said, "That's my camera set up." He went, "For real?" He went, "You know, I don't know what you must have been smoking." I was laughing. But it works. It ain't come apart. You know, it ain't done anything. It does the job, I suppose. But I've got to look at it better. This is what I'm saying. When you get into streaming, it's not great. It's not the greatest of things on here. Right, this is coming off because obviously we've got a trace damage on here. Now that again, see what I mean with consoles? That's been fine since I've done it. I haven't plugged that console in because I was waiting for that to come from America. So this ain't been plugged in for close for nearly 6 months. Now I thought, that'd be alright. Leave it over there. I've got enough to be getting on with. I've got plenty of consoles to repair. fucking first time I put it on there, what happened? This fucking thing's gone it's gone wonky donkey. You know, so now it's, you know, it's on the Willy Wonka land, because now it's developed an issue now, and it's all come loose. So I thought, oh, bloody typical, innit? You know. Oh.
0752.
Who the bloody hell is that? Hold up, guys.
7290.
I ain't got a clue who that is. Don't tell me it's these Indians again. Hello? Hello, Pete. Yeah, hello, bud. How you doing? Good. Oh, sorry to hear that, bud. Yeah. Good. Yes, got 2 laptops here. I've done upgrading on one of them. So you've got an Acer and an Asus that I've got for sale. So you know, and they're both running. They've all been updated. They've all got the latest Windows update. They've both got Windows 11 on. At the end of the day, I've picked you the better out of the 2. I've picked you out the is it the Asus or the Acer? Hold up. I've got so much stuff here. It's the Acer. That's the one I've picked out. So it's the nicest one out of the lot. At the end of the day, so yeah, got all the charger with it. So it's all up and running. So it's basically just plug in. All you have to do is connect it to your internet. So that's all you have to do. I can, bud. That's not a problem. You're looking at about 110 for that. Yeah, that's fine. I am, bud. Yes. So Sundays is a good day for me. So. Thanks, Pete. Much appreciated, bud. Lovely. Thanks, bud. Much appreciated. And you, bud. Take it easy. Bye bye. Right. That was interesting. Right. It was interesting. One of the laptops I've got for sale. So hopefully, right. This. Let me put this up in here. I've got a stack of laptops I've got to go through. I've still got some I've not even tried yet. At the end of the day, let me plug this back in, because I don't like leaving things plugged in, because well, I'm out with a dog all day and I come in and want to do a repair, I've done it a few times, I've left it plugged in and think, oh Jesus, I've left that switched on. How did that not blow up? So, you know, I won't do that again, so now I unplug it. Not as loud as Andy with his PS4 donor boards and stuff. He's holding up his camera. No, yeah, mine's just held up the cable ties, unfortunately. That's bad. I mean, that's really bad. I'm not making a joke of that, but that's right janked up. It's fucking it's like Jenga. I mean, it literally is. I think if I pull one of them cables off, the whole lot will come crashing down. Seriously. Right, that's going back in here. So I'm a bit gutted about that, to be honest. I am really gutted. I was really looking forward to that. Thought that'd be a really nice, easy thing to do. But it's just unfortunate it caught it on that, putting that connector. And this is what I was saying about earlier on. And this is what I was saying about with consoles like the Spectrum. You take them out, them pins are so ultra fragile, you're going to end up ripping the traces, or you damage the keyboard membrane. And they are notorious for ripping constantly, because they're just like that. They're really thin. So yeah, I'm actually pretty gutted about that, because I was really looking forward, because I just showed you guys the actual mod did boot up. So I got into the menu, so the menu did come up, even though there was nothing on it, because you don't get them menus. The GameCube don't have anything like that. So it was all built in the chip, because that's the idea of that built-in, that chip on there. It's got the software built in. All you need to do is dump the ROM file straight on. If that drive was working, what I could have just done was dump that entire disc straight onto that SD card. You've got to make sure it's formatted in FAT32. But you're up and running. I mean, this is what I love about with the consoles. Right, let's put the fuming extractor. I'm going to get choked out with I breathed enough fumes in my lifetime. It's bad enough with that other stuff. That stuff was nasty. That was making me feel dizzy. That. Right, let me get a bit of solder wick. Let me get a bit of solder. He's coming over Sunday, he wants to pick up. He gave me a laptop to drop off this old boy. He's 83, bless him. And he turned around and he said, "Oh, me PC's not working." Well, I'm pretty whiz on a computer because I grew up with computers in the early 70s. So you get to know roughly about them. And one bloke thought I was full of shit when he said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot. I can't swear on it." He thought I was a load of baloney, basically, and I said, "It's the knowledge, you know. I can't put it on paper. It's all up here in my noggin at the end of it." And this is the trouble. But the bloke wouldn't have none of it. He just thought I was just full of it, basically. And I thought, Jesus, I didn't deserve that. I thought, like, you know, well, I know what I'm good at. Everyone knows their limitations. Clint Eastwood says, everyone knows their, you know, you got to know your limitations. I know my limitations. It's actually quite, you know, I've only started getting into doing repairs for the last 3 years. So I'm really a noob. I'm not really advanced, but I ain't done bad comparing. All I've done is just watch YouTube videos and watched people like Andy, you know, Joey, Retro 6. I've learned a lot from them, and they've really showed it around. Because they actually go into depth and they say, no, look for this. And it literally, you can know that if you ever pick a console up, you can know what to look for of checking voltages and looking around. You may not know what the components do, but I'll guarantee you'll learn from it. You know, you might not pick it up all of the time, but you'll pick up some of the bits on there, and you think, bloody hell, he's right. You know, is it really that bad? Because it's like you said, just by watching you're learning, because there was nothing in the early 70s. I'm a Gen X, literally, you know, I'm classed as a Gen X. When you're 50 plus, you know, people class you as a Gen X. They didn't have anything like that in the days. They just didn't. So we didn't have courses like this, learning about electrics, you know. Mine, when I grew up, when I went to early college in the early 80s, was that's how I learnt about computers. Now, we had computers, but guess what computer it was, which I've got right there, was the BBC Micro. We learnt. We didn't have the Windows. Windows didn't come out to the early... You had DOS, which was about mid-80s. But really, the early computers were the Acorns, the Spectrums, and the Commodores didn't come out till late. You know, it didn't come out till a little bit later, about 84, 83, 84. But the early stuff, all the Acorns and things like that, and then they brought the BBC Micro out. But yeah, I was actually quite surprised with that, because I thought, bloody hell, you know. But when someone comes along and just says, "Oh, you're full of it, you don't know what you're talking about," well, over the years you have picked quite a lot up, and if you don't pay attention to, you know, thing on it, because some people they're clueless, they might not know nothing. But I've always said, someone knows something. You know, you may not be good at one thing, but you'll be good at something else in life, and that's right. You know, because you've always known about it. And I've always knew, I grew up with computers, so that's how I knew about computers. And I've built so many, not so much in repair, but I've built them from the ground up. Because I used to work in Dixon's when did I was still at school at the time. I think it was about 85. Started there as an apprentice at Dixon's. It was, and I thought, bloody hell. And Dixon's had all the latest computers, including the Spectrum, and that's how I got into it, because I was amazed by the graphics. And I went, that's brilliant, I've got to have one of them. And then when that came out, I couldn't stop playing it. My mum, in the end, because I wouldn't go out to play, I was just so glued on my Spectrum. I was trying to learn the code and everything. But it's literally, that's when I got my hands on the actual BBC Micro, because they wasn't sold to the public. They was nearly £400 in 1979 to 1982. That's a lot of money, and you know, because there was a recession on in the 80s, not everyone had them. So you know, you're thinking, Jesus. So I actually grew up with literally, really, with things like this Spectrum in the mid '80s because that was all I could afford. You know, and my mum bought me one, and I was so excited, I was ecstatic, I couldn't stop playing it. But yeah, I'm thinking that, and then now I started getting into other stuff. But yeah, when it comes to this is, you know, this is just secondary. I mean, I've really started too late in life, really, to do repairs. I mean, that's better. There's a little bit of copper there. I only want that exposed so I can take that trace, and then I can just resolder it. It looks like the trace is gone. There's no trace there for the copper for the connection. So I could take it from that point. I'm going to just solder that. But yeah, I did. I actually really missed that. I still miss the 80s. I had such a laugh. It literally, you couldn't stop laughing about all the things we used to get up to when you was a kid in the 80s. You know, the 90s was different. It was all about drugs and raves and things like that. But the 80s were magical. It really was something that I used to love, which I was gutted, and I wish I kept it. But my mum lost it when she moved. I have a chopper. And my chopper bike was brilliant. I mean, you had the rally, with the rally grifter and the chopper bike, and I love my chopper bike. I was really, that still hurts me from this day, because now if you'd have kept it, I see one on eBay and he wanted £1,500 for it. I thought, Jesus, 1,500, and it sold instantly. Someone snapped it up, and I went, "They're one lucky bugger," because, you know, again, you know, an original like that, they just fetch mega money. And I think it got left behind when we moved, and I was pretty gutted, really gutted. But yeah, that was great days. I really did. Is that bit? Where is that fucking torch? Yeah, there's traces missing of this. Yeah, this is why this is not. This is why it's not. This is why it's a bit intermittent. Have we got? Can we take it from? Where can I trace it? I can take it there from there. I might be able to. Let's see if I can just try to. Might be able to see if I can get a bit of tracer wire in it. There is a bit of copper showing. I might be able to just nip that. I ain't going too mad, but yeah, I can see a tiny bit of a bit of copper showing on that. I was going to say chopper. The copper showing on that, so I might be able to just nip that, bend that over, and then that's why it's intermittent. So this is a bullshit. This is what I was saying about earlier on about trace damage. Remember, I bought this as a job lot, so I don't know the history of this board. I had to go all the way down to not Swindon. That's where Randy is. Norwich. I went down to Norwich, and it took me about 2 hours because it was up in Norfolk, not far from Norfolk. At the end of the day. And yeah, bought the whole lot, and I kid you not, I'm surprised the bloke said, "His mate, it's too much here to get it all delivered." He said, "I'll sell the whole lot for £100. There was games consoles there. Well, I've got a stack of them. I've still not gone through them all, but there was a couple of Spectrums. There was a GameCube. There was a PS4. There was Xbox 360s. There was games, and the whole lot for £100. But knowing that's the reasons what put people off. It was too far to travel. It was worth a 2-hour drive to pick all that lot up. I know. I think what did it cost me in the end? It's in my car. It was it took about £50. So for the sake of 50, 25 there and 25 back, it was worth every penny of picking all of them consoles up at the end of the day. And I'm glad I did, because no one else would have bidding on it, and no one did, because it was too far to go. Which is pretty gutted, really, because I think he could have quadrupled his money quite easily. You know, personally, I would have broke it up in sections, boxed it and sold it, but, you know. But lucky enough, because I only had one Spectrum, and there was a Spectrum Plus in there, and that one he couldn't try it because he never had a power supply for it. Lucky enough, I had a power supply. So I literally plugged my power supply and it worked straight away. So I didn't have no issues there. So we should probably see. Let's see you guys show you. Where's my solder? Fuck me! I'll build a bigger table, and this table is still not big enough. And I've made this. This table's got to be nearly 6 foot long. It's so junked up, it's unreal. I could have used Andy's door for his shed. Oh no, I'm not that cruel. Sorry, Andy. Right, have we that looks like that's bit that. Yep, that's bit it. So that taking that bit of copper has helped. Not taking too much. This is what I was saying about doing trace repairs. It's not easy. Some people would have used a bit of enamel wire and jumped at it. I'm not. I've watched Joey do this, and he said as long as you can use, because again I've got this off TikTok, so it's actually a great little soldering thing, and I think that was about £7, but it was worth it because again it's great. It comes with a pack of tools, like with all grinding heads. Actually, where is it? Yeah, come with all of these. So basically, you get all of these shiny new heads, and they're all attachable for that, which is fantastic. And yeah, basically, if you want to grind something, but don't go mad because you'll take it all the enamel off the board, off that. Then you're buggered because that's what you end up doing. Remember, when these are printed from PCB way and manufactured in China, right? All they're doing, they take the copper. They dip it in a solution, and because I've watched videos on it, I've watched them how they do it. It's actually quite clever. I'm really impressed. They take the it's a copper board, right? So it's a conductor. So basically, copper is conductive at the end of the day. And then basically, what they do, then they use a form of coating, and then it's then lasered with etched with precision. With with one of these laser machines, and then it puts all the traces where it needs to go. But then you use another machine that comes along and it punches all the holes in. And I went, bloody hell, that is so clever. You watch it on YouTube, you'd be amazed how quick. I love watching things like that. At the end of the day, no, that's come off again. That's just re-gone. That was all right a minute ago. I've just seen it. That's not. It's moving again. So that's not. Just wants a little bit more. Pretty gutted. Come on. No, still moving. This is not going to be the easiest task. Let's see if I can bridge it. Put it to the next hole. No. No, it's not taking it off. No, that's not having it. It's just bouncing off. It's balling. What it's doing, it's just rolling off, and it's not actually things on there. Anyway, what did you guys think of me? I mean, I did stream yesterday for over 3 hours, but I didn't realise I had no one on there. And I was looking, I'm thinking, that's a bit quiet. What's happening? No, it's true. Andy said you didn't go on Discord, but I couldn't get into Discord. My account was suspended. It was put on hold because it got hacked. I didn't even know nothing about it. No, I'm going to see if I can just take a bit more of enamel off that. It's just not gripping. There you go. There you go. I can see copper coming through. Don't want to go too mad. That'll do. Lovely job. That'll do. Right, bit of flux. Bit of solder. Tiny bit of that. You know, even just soldering a epoxy LED, you think, oh Jesus, does it really take that long? Yeah, because again, it's all got to be soldered gently. Because this is how you get bridges, and you know, again, it's not, it looks easy, but it's just not. Right, that's better. Right, that's better now. I can see that. That's bonded to that. That should not move. So that had trace damage. I'm going to let that cool down just for a minute. It's quite a little bit of IPA. So that must have had some trace damage at some point in its life. Very, very gentle rubbing that. Actually, where's my melamine sponge? Again, Retro 6 reckoned, he recommended using melamine sponges. He said because, again, toothbrushes can actually damage, and he's right, it can. When it comes to the things on it, he said try and use a melamine sponge and a bit of IPA. I went on Amazon, and he's right. Look, and you can actually see it's taking the resin and all the flux, but it's messy, it breaks up. But it stops it from damaging the other components, and it makes it squeaky clean. And he's right. There's not one bit on that. So toothbrush is all right to getting ports and things like that, but for boards, like it's as sensitive to this, please be careful because you're damaged. Right, I'm wiggling that very gently. That's fine. So, and you're supposed to use when you're doing tiny damages on these boards, when you're looking at them, especially like I'm all around this section where the LED is, right, and it's that trace had gone through. I have to be so careful I don't go onto the other side because that is coated away from the other connections. Otherwise that'll act as an earth and then you'll have a grounded short and you'll burn something else out on the board. Now you could take out that little tiny resistor, you know, at the end of the day, or a little tiny diode, and then you're thinking, oh, for Pete's sake, this is what I'm saying, it's not easy as it looks, you know. So you're really supposed to use a magnifying glass, which I have got one. I ain't got the bloody room. I've got iMac up there I've used, but it's like everything. These ain't easy things to, you know, getting into repairs. It's just not easy to do. It just makes it look interesting because you think, oh, I can do that. Well, I'm going to give that a go. I'm going to stream it. Well, yeah, good, because it can save you money. I'm not going to that for 1 second. You get a broken console, you've saved yourself a couple of £100. I mean, I bought, what did I buy? Paid £180. Lucky enough, I got it just at the right time when it wasn't an auction, it was a buy it now. It was an Xbox Series X, and I thought, I'm not paying the price of this Series X's, not the S, the X, the big one, the big square one. They was retailing at $399. Then it went up to $450. They're now $499. They're £500. They've not gone down, they've gone up. That's bloody ridiculous. I've never had all the years when it comes to PS5s that once upon a time no one wanted the Xbox. I've got to have a PS5. I want a PS5. It's the better and most inferior in console. It's the best out of the lot at the end of the day. And they couldn't get enough PS5s in, so it drove the prices up on the eBay. It pushed it to ludicrous prices. Even CEX charged £700. I kid you not, I went in there and I see a used one for £700 and someone bought it. I went, you want your head banging against a brick wall? Because I'm telling you now, I wouldn't pay that for a console. I just wouldn't at the end of the day. But people were so desperate to get a PS4. Now you can pick them up for less than £100. Joey's picked a few up and repaired a few. You know, he's paid good money. No, Joey, I'll give him that. He has paid good money. But you can pick them up really cheap. But not the Series X. I've never known him to be driven up like that with price. I've never, in all the years, I've never heard of that. I've never, I've seen it go down, not go up in price. So I paid 180 for mine because it had a 40 HDMI port. So what I basically done, he broke the corner where he got a little bit heavy-handed, and this is what I was saying about ports. When you're putting in cables in, it's a bit like these. If you're putting these ribbon cables in, it's the same with the HDMI ports. Put them in with caution. Don't just ram them in. I know you've got the diagonal port where it all supposed to clicks in, but it's got very, very bit of carbon at that, and it's got traces are so thin. If you try to literally try to force that in, you're going to break that port inside. It's game over, you know. And this is what a lot of them do. They just shove it in the console, right? And then you think, oh, for bloody hell, I broke it there. Now it's going to set you back anywhere from 50 to 150 to get that port replaced, depending who does it, and if they do a good job. At the end of the day, I bought that console knowing that the port was broken, and it was only broke in a way that it was just snapped a little bit on the corner. So I took my tweezers with this crappy microscope I've got up here, right? I literally pushed the pins back with my eyesight, with that torch. I managed to push the pins back just enough to get the port in. I know you're not supposed to, because Joey said please don't do that, because you bridge them pins, you take out the HDMI retimer. He said once you take that out, that chip then becomes a little bit more expensive to replace, because he said that can take out other components. So he said please in the future, and he did say that on the stream, if you've got a broken HDMI port, don't try and plug it in, don't try and straighten it up. I felt in a way he was right, you know, you exactly don't do it, but I thought I paid 180 quid at the end of the day. This kid that had this, you know, this Xbox, he didn't want to plug it in, so he just sold it as is, no controller, Xbox, £180. I took it, I managed to push the pins back because he slightly snapped the corner, and I managed just to ease it so it was just enough to get it back, pushed the HDMI cable in, and it was perfect. But I got full 4K, no issues, it didn't bridge, I was really careful. I know it's a silly thing to do, but it was working. But when Joey looked, he said, please John, don't do that again. He said, because you're going to have, you would have blew that chip. He said that would have been a lot more work, and it would have cost a bit more money to actually get repaired. Lucky enough, he done it free of charge. He didn't charge me, but you know, I did send a little thank you in for his thing of it, because he always does that. Joey's good like that, but he's so busy. This is reasons why, you know, he don't always do free repairs, because he's got other things to do as well. So I was really grateful for that. And I've still got the Xbox, and now I'm using it. But now I leave the cable plugged in. I don't unplug it. It's for that reason, because you can end it. Them ports are so fragile. But that was really good of him. I like Joey. He's really good on that front. I can't praise him enough. You know, there's not many people out there that offer his service. Hey, and let me turn her off. And we have a green LED. So she's up and running. So... and we got a spinning disc, so we have our light again. So that was just a bad port, where on that was a bad trace for the HDMI, not HDMI, the LED, because that was literally where that, whoever's had that, they must have broke the trace on it. And because obviously, let's just get that flux off. I hate flux. Flux is that's another thing. It's true what Joey said on that front. If you're ever doing these ports, don't put with the ports, don't flood it with flux. He said, because flux acts as, it gets so clogged up, so sticky. He said when you put your HDMI port in or USB ports, he said everything don't make connections, and he's right, it don't. Do you know what? That's bonded, lovely. That is not going nowhere. So I'm quite happy with that. So that anyway, that's taken care of. That didn't take long. Where's the cover? Oh God, I took the bloody cover off. Oh no, yeah, it's here. It's under the melamine. But yeah, I'm gonna have to retro brighten that, ladies and gents. I mean, you can actually see it's not that colour is. that stuff is, you can actually see it. I can't believe my BBC Micro was so yellowed. You would have laughed how yellowed it was. It was beyond a joke. I thought, Jesus. And I love that Micro. I mean, that's running beautiful, that Micro. I won't never have the issue now with that the rifter cap's ever going bad, because I'm not using the power supply out of it no more. I haven't got rid of it, but I'm gonna keep the power supply that come with it anyway. But I've got it where it's now been modded where it uses clean comp. I like Luke at Retro 6 because he's pretty expensive with his stuff, which he is, but then you're paying a premium ship for quality. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's been doing it long enough now. Why ain't this going back in? Right, hold up a minute. That's it. There she goes. She's back in. So, 2 screws. This one. Screwdriver. Oh, fucks. This is about as much good as a chocolate fireguard, I'm telling you. It's got no power in it. It's alright for things. Can't use that one. That one's got for the Xbox on it. I don't like using these electronic screwdrivers because you can you strip the thread to over tightening. So I'll just leave the weight of the thing on it and that's fine. Right, first thing, let's put these back. God. Right, so now I'm really gutted about that Flippy drive. I was really looking forward to that. Because the good thing is that was all up and running. Oh God, Jesus! Fireworks. Why aren't this going in? It's always the same. It's always right. Screwdriver. That's down to the edge. Right. Okay. Right. In, and in. That one can go in. That can go in there. And we've got. Come on. Jesus. So yeah, I was pretty gutted. I knew that was. Do you know what? I had a really sneaky feeling. I thought, if you keep taking this in and out, you're going to rip that cable at the end of the day. But I had no option because it wasn't making a great connection. So, and what happened? Bloody cable ripped, which I already knew that anyway. This is why I don't like these. This is why these fail on the PlayStations, on the PS4s and the PS5s. They are notorious, but it's the only way because you can't use anything thicker because otherwise the console won't sit flush. You know, and this is why they do it. And you know, if you have to buy them ribbon cables, something like that ribbon cable might set you back about a £5. You know, £4 or £5. Don't sound a lot, does it? You know, but you can't keep replacing them at the same time for that price because you're thinking, bloody hell. If you're trying to resell it and you're thinking, bloody hell, this is eating into my profit, you know, before I've even done anything. I've not even, you know, now I've got to start coughing up bloody cables because of these. This is reasons why I like a few broken consoles, you know, and just use them for spare parts. It's like that Spectrum. That Spectrum's got too much trace damage on it at the end of the day. But I'm not going to sell it. I could probably get like 40 quid for selling that for spare parts. But I'd rather keep it because you try and buy the chips for them, they're going to cost you a lot more than 40 quid. So it's a no-brainer really. I probably would have just said just keep the console, even if it's not working. Come on. There you go. She's clipped in. Right. Let's put the 400 screws back in. Jesus. You know, how many there? It's like the PlayStation 5. How many screws? 40? 40 screws. I'm literally having so many like screws to screw it down. Fuck yeah, I mean, that's absolutely madness. I'm pretty gutted about that because that was you know, now that ribbon cable snaps, I've now got to get. I'm going to order a couple. Yeah, at the end of the day, and I'm going to attempt it again, and it will work because it's not making connection. And I will send them. The company, they're based in Texas. At the end of the day, I will put a link in the Discord on Andy's stream if anyone's interested. If they want to do one for their GameCube, because like you said, there's not. You don't have to solder anything to the board. You just sort that ribbon cable out at the end of the day. And I'll tell you what, it's worth doing because these GameCubes are not easy to do because you have to solder, micro solder certain bits to the board with another board. And I tried and I buggered one up and then I had to sell it for spare parts. I won't do that again. I'm not doing that with mine. So I'd rather go down that route, which is a much safer route. So I would definitely say that makes perfect sense to do it this way because you don't brick nothing. You just see it. I ripped the cable. It didn't brick the drive and it didn't brick the console. So I'm thinking that makes perfect sense to go down this route when that's a bit like a soft mod at the end of the day. So hopefully they'll give me another. I'll get another couple of ribbon cables and I'll attempt this again and I will succeed. Because it's once that makes that connection, it's fine, and I do want it working. I want this working like I did with my BBC Micro. I want everything working on it 100%. But again, it's learning. This is what I'm saying about learning when you're doing this stuff. It makes it look easy. I can assure you, it's not. At the end of it, but then it's all like entertainment purposes, and as like all entertainment purposes say. Please don't copy me. I'm not a profession. You know, at the end of the day. Look at my mate Vince. He's a prime example, right? Great YouTuber. I really love his enthusiasm at the end of the day. But he always says, please don't copy me. I am not a professional. And he's right. You know, it's only entertaining purposes only at the end of the day. But you do still pick it up. You still want to learn. We all want to learn because at the end of the day, what you're doing is you're actually saving this from being on the electronic waste dump, basically by repairing. And as there's a bloke, his name's Andy. He's on YouTube. I can put a link in the description. He's an American, really nice bloke. But it's like he said, let's save the consoles. He said at the end of the day, the more consoles you save, the more it saves on the electronic waste. And he's right. It's exactly right. You are saving another console from being on the electronic dumping grounds. And this is what I said at the end of it. You really don't want these consoles to end up on a landfill site, or it could end up being, these might be going to places like Uganda, India, where they'd be on electronic waste completely stripped and nothing left of it. So yeah, I totally agree with him on that front. I would definitely saying, the more you fix, the more you save. This will, eventually it'll do someone a good turn at the end of the day. I've given a lot of consoles away. I have given a hell of a lot of consoles away. A lot of it because I used to work for the St Francis Hospice, so most of mine went to charity at the end of the day. Now I give them to poor families, single mums, and sometimes dads. They're struggling to meet ends meet. They've got a kid. They can't afford it. And I must have given about 40 consoles away, where I was getting them and started learning and repairing. Some have issues, but it's just great to see their faces and to say, I can't thank you enough for what you've done. I'm a bit like Joey on that front. If it does someone a good turn, take it, just have it. As long as you don't profit from it, it's true what Joey said, as long as you're not and you get enjoyment from it and it helps you out, then that's all well and good. You've done a good deed, you've done a good turn. And that's exactly it. I totally agree with what what Joey's like. That's why I love Joey. I think he's great. He's really fantastic for what he's done. So for 100%, I didn't put it back on. I thought there was an issue. Where's the back? Right, well that's interesting. I've lost the bloody back there. Oh, frig it. Oh no. Oh no, yeah, I see it. It's black, isn't it? Can't see it. Right, hold up. Lucky enough, it only clips in. So we ain't got to undo 4 million screws to take it all back out again. Okay. Right. Yeah, I'm a little bit gutted that this didn't work out today on me official stream where all you guys have been watching, and I'm really grateful that you know, what's named on it. But it's entertaining. I mean, I did say in for a penny, in for a pound. You never know anything in there. You know, it might work, it might not work. I was hoping it was going to work, which in theory, I did get it working. I didn't say I completely cocked up and I made a right boo-boo out of that lot, and I've made a mess. My console is not bricked. I've not damaged anything. You know, it still reads and plays me games. It still boots up. It's just that I've ripped the cable. It's just really unfortunate. It's going to be one of them things that it can't be helped at the end of the day. This is how tricky some of these mods can actually be. Would help if I put it the right way, wouldn't it? What a, as Del Boy says, what a plonker. Right, okay, we've got, well, I've got 3 screws here. Oh, I'm not undoing it. I'll put them back. It's got to be taken apart again. You know, I think that went round the other tray underneath, but it don't matter. Right, now I've got to find the other screws to actually bolt this. Oh, for Jesus. Why is my table such a mess? It really is such a mess. I've got bits literally labelled everywhere around here. It ain't bonfire night yet, is it? Why are these cranks letting all the bloody fireworks off? I don't get it. I can't wrap my head around it. Lucky enough, Bronson's pretty good with fireworks, and my other 2 Rotties, they was always good. They, you know, except for Eddie, he used to jump up, see if he could try and bite the fireworks. Oh no, you crank. But no, he was alright. My Lola, she was good as gold. She really didn't matter. So I'm pretty gutted. Where the freaking hell is? Oh, we are. It was in the tray. I didn't see him. Oh, I've just dropped the screw now. For fuck's sake. Right, let's put that in. 1, 2, 3. No, it's the big one. I'll tell you what I'm after. I'm trying to grab all of the consoles that I had during the 80s. I've still got a few to go. I mean, once I've sold a few things, I should have enough to get one, a couple of them. I've got my eyes... Yeah, look, see? They're still bloody switched on. I forgot to switch it off. This is why I don't like leave things plugged in. I left my fucking soldering iron switched on. It's flashing up, turn off. I still want to get a Philips CDI that I had in the early 90s. I've seen a couple on there. But the bloody controllers are fetching £60-70. What for a fucking controller? Jesus. I thought that's daylight robbery. Lucky enough, the consoles are still fetching about 200 quid, 250. You know, there is a couple like my mate's got, which I repaired for him. Like I repaired a few of his arcades, but he's got problems with his Gallagher at the moment. His Gallagher arcade is playing up. It keeps flagging up, and it's coming up RAM error. I'll tell you now, that's out of my league. You need an oscilloscope to see if the main RAM chips have gone bad. It boot loops. It keeps boot looping, and that's what happens if the RAM fails on them arcades. They just keep completely. It has to do a self-diagnostic check to make sure everything's all right before it boots. All arcades do it, I'm afraid to say. And they're all full of chips. They're a bit like them BBC Micros. They're absolutely just loads and loads of chips. That's all you see at the end of it. And I don't know where that other chip's gone. This screw. It's completely. I've lost that. Absolutely lost it. Yeah, so basically, yeah, the arcade ones on there are an absolute joke. They are not the easiest to work on at the end of it. But he plugged one in, and it went bang. And he bought these arcades, thinking, and he paid, you know, they're not exactly cheap. These arcades actually ain't. That's weird, isn't it? That's not plugging in. It's like a fucking Jenga thing, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Is that going in that way? No, it goes in that way. Jesus, why isn't that plugging in? Yeah, so he bought these arcades. He's got quite a lot of them. And every single one I've had to work on. They've had to have rewiring done, buttons weren't working, you know, monitor issues. Lucky enough that one of the monitors was working, but it was so it's like the high tension lead was causing an issue, and it's really ultra. I don't like mucking about with CRTs because they hold mega power, and it's not the voltage that kills you, it's the amps. This thing must have been cranking nearly 150 amps. It would have lit me up like a Christmas tree if I'd have touched it, put it this way. And I was so frightened to touch it. Anyway, I discharged it, done it all, left it a day. That's how paranoid I was. I left it for the entire day. Even though it discharged and it was safe to touch, I still left it a day. I didn't touch it. I went, I'm not taking that chance. Then caps, they've got big massive filter caps. Some of them caps are 400 volts running in caps. And you won't want to touch them. You will light up like Santa Claus. I'm telling you, if you touch that, mate, it'd be game over. Anyway, on that front, so I looked at the monitor. The monitor was right butchered. It was properly butchered. I mean, it was really bad. I don't know who'd had it previous, but they'd done a right poor job on it. And so I ended up taking it apart, stripping it. But it needed too much work done. So in the end, he said, how can I get round it? I looked and I said, you can actually use what they call a PC inverter. They use them for PC boards. And what it does, it takes the 60 hertz, the RGB, because that's all arcades give off RGB. They use these wires. I converted the wires onto this PC converter board and then run a Dell monitor. This is how you can run Dell monitors on, but you need that board. But you still got to set them up. There's no instructions how to do them, and I've done a few of them, and they're quite easy to do. But if you don't know what you're doing, please don't attempt it, because you'll fry the TV and you'll take out probably all of the display board as well, because the arcades have display boards. Lucky enough, I knew what I was doing. I've done it and got it all up. That was in one of these games, SCI. It was Chase HQ2, because that's what special industrial incrimination is. I think that is because you've got firing buttons on the steering wheel, so you can fire. So it's virtually not virtual cop, but Chase HQ2 on that front. Yeah, that's still up and running. That's running beautiful. But his outrun had a monitor issue, and I'm afraid I couldn't save the monitor. Tried to do the mod on it. He's got vertical lines going over, so that indicate that them boards really wasn't meant for the arcade boards on there for the outrun. But he's got another CRT. He contacted me a couple of days ago. He said I've got a second-hand CRT, been recapped. He just needs it put back in, and I've got to take all of the mods that I've done inside the cab. It took me about 3 hours to do it, but I've done it. So I've got to undo what I've done to put his original monitor back in. Right, guys, let me just flip this around. Now this is put back together, and let me go back to analog TV. No, SCART. There you go, SCART. So I'm going to flip this camera back round. Really? Right, let's try that. Because it's a bit of a delay. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's good. So let me power up. Boot this on. Which it does. We got orange light, red light, GameCube, green, brilliant, lovely. Yeah, the drawer don't want to open. Great. I can't get the door. There you go. It was just stuck. It's open there. Right. Okay. Let's bung a game in. Let's see if it's. We'll boot the read back up. Right, what have we got? Jared, this is reasons why I don't like touching things when they're perfectly fine. The light's alright. No, we got nothing in there on that. Right, okay. I'm gonna that's gonna have to open back up. Now that was working when I pressed that. It's always like I like to make sure. Right, okay. Now I've got to fuck about this fucking camera here. This webcam is absolutely dire. It's a joke. No, the wires fucking causing me issues. Now I've got unbelievable. Sorry guys, you have to bear with us a minute. Just use that to anchor it down. He's gone wonky. I've got a wonky camera. Right, hold up a minute. What the friggin' hell is going on there? Why is my camera? Is it? It literally looks like I've been. Do you know what? Why don't things ever work? It's literally unbelievable, isn't it? Right, there you go. Right, now we're sitting straight. It sits on its little pedestal thing, so I've now got to take all that apart again and see why that is now not working. Oh, for fuck's sake! I know, you know, this is what annoys me. You know, like you said, that's all right. I lost a screw anyway. I don't know where that bloody went. This is what I was saying about games consoles, and he's not the only one, you know. He had the same issue with that PlayStation 4. Put it all back together, tried it, took it out, and then when he tried, it didn't work. Unbelievable. Lucky enough. Oh, you know why? Right, and I've just... So, again, rookie mistake, and guess what I've done? Do you know what? I'm hot. It's been a long day. I broke the terminals on the back. Look, snapped them. So again, thought I took the disc out. Got so distracted. So now I need to replace that board because I can't replace them. Lucky enough, these boards ain't expensive. Oh God, yeah, they're completely butchered. Oh no. I can't even push them back, can I? Oh, don't know. Oh, do you know what? No, they're cream crackered. They're literally cream crackered. I've done them ones. They're well done, mate. They're well done. Right, let me take this out. Come on. There you go. Let's take that thing. Oh, I'm pretty gutted, to be honest. Here, remind you, this is what happens when you're not a profession. This is why we say, kids, don't try this at home. I have completely butchered that connector. So I've just spotted it. So what these are a reset switch, and I've snapped the connectors clean off inside, and I can see I can't even push them back, can I? Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, look at that. Look, how bad is that? Oh, if I can push that one back, I'll be happy. Do you know what? I might be able to just nip that in and push that back. Can I push that back? That one's all right. Look, that one's fine. No, that one's working. I managed to push that one back, but it needs 2. Because what it does, it completes the circuit. If we're looking in here, on this circuit board, you've got a left and a right for the diode, for it to talk. Because if you look out there, see, this one completes one ring, this completes the other. So you can't just have one and get away with it. Fucking, why Nintendo? Why did you make something that's as stupid as that? I mean, he's not feeling great. It's rough as an old buzzard. That one's alright. I've pushed that one back. But this one, it's sticky. It's not great. So that's a bummer, isn't it? And what did I do? Put the disc in so it couldn't sit straight. So this is what I'm saying. Rookie mistake. Oh well, it's a learning curve. You learn from it. That one's alright, it's fine. Do you know what? I'm going to push that back in. Because if one is open and the other one's shut, in theory it should still turn off because it needs 2 to make a connection. So I'm not really bothered, but I'm pretty gutted thinking that I've just done that. That was my doing because I can't. No one else is doing. It's mine alone. Pretty gutted. Right, no worries. Never mind, I managed to push one in. That's working freely and all, so it's not causing any issues. I thought, oh no, why isn't this bloody working? That's why I don't like taking things apart. You know, what's the old saying? If it ain't broken, don't try and fix it. That's true, you don't. Right, we're all back again. Right, let's put the back on. Yeah, that one there is supposed to move freely, but it's sort of stuck back. But it don't matter. We got there in the end. Right, nothing else this time. I'll bloody make sure of it and all. Right, that's it. There you go. She's all back in. Buttons clicking. Door opens. She does. Good. Right, okay. 1, 2, 3. Right. Bloody hell. GameCube, that only takes 5 minutes. They said kids can put this together. Yeah, okay. He said a toddler can do it. Fucking hell, what was he made out? Was he Einstein or something? Jesus. Right, okay. Right, okay, we'll put that back in, push that back. That's in, she's in. Controller. Come on. Let's get there. Let's move this scabby fucking thing again and let's try it again. Input. Start. Right. Switch her on. Power up. We've got power. And where is the disc? Let's put the disc in. Press restart. Yep, she's good. Lovely jubbly. Oh, the game could not be read. Please refer to unit. Oh, for fucking. You are kidding. No. No, it can't be read. Great. Why can't that be read? Why? Why, Nintendo? Is because you're pushing me patience. Now there's got to be something in there that's not pushing down on them connectors. Oh God. I know the disc is alright. No. Right. Okay. Back open again. Okay, now this thing's been open more times than a can of baked beans. I'm telling you, I've never known anything like it in my entire life. Oh no, now I've got the scabby camera again, it won't keep still. No. Jesus. Have you never known a stream where you're thinking, oh, that won't be so bad, that'd be interesting? Yeah, I've made content tonight, 100%. I mean, I can't say that I haven't. This is why people don't like touching consoles. Can you wonder why? Right. It's not reading from that. So that's probably down to the connector. You guys still here? I'm amazed you're still watching me. Yeah, well, see, I am amazed he's still sitting here watching. I thought, he's going to be boring as pigs in, you know what. Now that one there, that's pushed right back. I'll tell you what, let me just push, what else is broken? Because these push on that, when that door latches, when that latch closes, open, there ain't nothing else broke, is there? I heard it spin up for about a brief second, then it stopped. That's the latching system. Yeah, it's on there. So that pushes. Right. So that's interesting. So on here, when you put the GameCube in, there's a lug here, right? That literally you can actually see. You can actually see it. So what it does, this here pushes on these lugs. It literally pushes on these terminals here. So this is the reasons why these push forward. So what I need to do is put this back in, power this up. I'm not going to go through the rigmarole, but power that up, hold that, hold that. Well, it's all plugged back in, so that's strange, isn't it? Well, the LED's working alright, so we ain't got any issue with the LED. Huh? Well, perhaps it could be broken. Oh, here we go. Wasn't pushed all the way forward. Right, interesting. It was that then. So if that one, so if I leave that one there, look, yeah. So it's spinning up. Alright. So it was that one that was broken. It wasn't pushed all the way forward. So I was right. So if I leave that one engaged and then try that again now, let's see what we get. You get there in the end. Right, okay. The joys of spring. bloody dreading it when it comes to Sunday, and you've got to keep putting the clocks forward and back. Don't know why do we have to keep bloody doing it in the UK. No other country does it. Australia don't do it. It's only the bloody Brits, isn't it? We have to keep doing it because of the timeline from Greenwich. Because there's a meridian line. It's called the meridian line. It joins up at Greenwich Observatory. That's why we have to keep altering the clocks. They've got a cool clock in it, though. They've actually got an atomic clock that runs on atoms. I've never seen a clock like it. It's a one-off clock in the entire world. No one has got a clock like it. And yeah, I'm actually amazed. I'm really impressed with it. It's a bloody big clock, but it never needs power. It runs on atoms. How the fucking hell was they running that? That's science fiction. You actually see it if you go in the Greenwich Observatory. Go at the top. You walk in through the main entrance. It's on the left-hand side. It's the only world's clock that doesn't need power. It will just run forever, they said, until the components bust inside it. But it runs on this stuff that you can't buy. I fucking thought, wow. Yes. That's not powering up. Now I just tried that. Scar. No, can't read the disc. Now you just see me literally take that apart, plug that in. I'm just going to have to replace it. Yeah, I was working. What the fridge? Oh, it went to work. Now it says the disc can't be read. Please read fucking what? Is the disc dirty? It might be actually. Let me give the disc a wipe. It's alright. Use my best jumper. This is why I don't like bloody discs. It's for that reason. Reading the disc. Yeah, press any button. She's working. No, she's fine. I'll spin it round, you guys can see for yourself. Right, I can't keep this on because I'll get copyrighted otherwise. The last thing I want to do. Right, main thing is, she is working. No, it's fucking. What's up with it? It's fucking Mickey Mouse. We got a Mickey Mouse one here now. It's working. It's intermittent. It's just a bloody disc was dirty. Right, okay. Main thing is, she's back up and running. Now I haven't done that bit of damage. I've done myself. I didn't do. I was just a little bit careless there. But you know, never mind. She is up and running. That's the main thing. Right. I am really gutted about that, literally, because I was really looking forward to that little mod to do. Actually, on the zippy drive and whatever it's called, the flippy drive. Right, we can go back into the pile, and I will be coming back to this, and I will be attempting that again. But the main thing is, first time that I did put that in, it did actually come up. I did actually get that to boot up, so that's the main thing. But it just won't boot from the drive. I'm pretty gutted, to be honest. So, oh well. 5 minute stream. There's no way that was a 5 minute stream. Right. Look at this thing. This thing's janked up all over the place. I can't even straighten it up because it just keeps twisting. It's all in cable ties. They're all bloody holding it up. I'm amazed. Cable ties are fantastic. It's better than glue. Right. Right. Right, guys, I think that's going to be it for today. I mean, you know, for the start of the test stream on there, I was pretty gutted because I'm really confident in that front on that, and I was really, but I am going to start once I've upgraded this bloody janky camera because it does look shifty as hell. It's more shifty than a bunch of travellers coming down the road. But I'm definitely going to say one thing. I'm gonna upgrade that because that camera it's all right, but it's not like that. I'm amazed it's actually held. So I'm going to get that sorted ASAP. But I can't wait. I can't do nothing because I've ordered it from Argos and it's going to take 5 days. It's a 4K one. It's a little webcam, but it's a 4K webcam. It's about £80, but it's got a 90-degree wide-angle lens, which that's what you want. So it's ultra wide. Most cameras have 4x3. That's what this is, 4x3. And even if you record it in, I don't think that's even a 1080. That's not even high definition. So this is going to be in 720. You can upscale it. It's not the same. You're better off taking the image, a high image, and then downgrading and upgrading and doing it that way. It's what graphics cards do. But you're doing it the other way, it doesn't always, because you need the quality of the camera, and this ain't the quality, I'm afraid to say. That's alright for a freebie. It's got me out of trouble. I mean, I've had, by the looks of it, I've had one hiccup on there because I've got 150 meg connection on my broadband, so my broadband's pretty good. I mean, my PC's behind me, that's the one I built, that's a bit of a beast. But I am now looking to build a much better PC, and I will build, probably I'll go for a Ryzen instead of Intel. I've run into a few issues with Intels lately with overheating. They tend to get a little bit hot, especially the 13th and 14th, the 14th and 15th Intel chipsets. You've now got, before you even think about installing them, you've got to flash the BIOS when you put it in first time boot up, because otherwise they're overvolting, they're taking the board and processor out, and that's going to be costly because them chips alone are 400 quid, and if you fry the chip and you fried your board's going to set you back 270 quid. The chips cost you £400. You're looking close to nearly £850, £900 before you've even touched anything. And the trouble is, they won't replace it, because that's down to you to do it. But to me, that's wrong, because you shouldn't be mucking about with BIOS settings anyway. Because this is, if you do it, if you bugger the BIOS settings up, you can actually brick you can brick everything. You take your CPU out, your GPU, you take the board, everything. If you don't know what you're doing, just don't attempt it. Leave it alone. They come off the foundry defaulted. Long as XMP's initialised, so you can get the full use out of your RAM, you're actually fine. But I wouldn't say don't overclock it, don't overvolt it. But these new chips are overvolting, which is bad. You shouldn't be. It's not down to you to start mucking about with voltages, because if you get the voltage settings wrong, you cook it, and that's what the 14th and 15th they're doing. They're overvolting. And I'm hearing horror stories, and there's loads on YouTube about being overvolting. So I'm going to stay clear. I think I'm going to go in. I've looked at a couple of Ryzen i9s. Bit expensive. They're about close to £650 for the CPU. But 16 cores, 32 threads, multi-core threading. Actually fantastic. So I'm probably I'm going to go down that route. The one I've got is an i9 9900K. Slightly overclocked. I've got that running at 5.1. Base clock on them is about 4.9 to 5. But I'm running it at 5.1, running fine. I've got it water cooled and all. That one behind me. So that one's running fine. I'm not having no issues with that. It runs games, but it is started to bottleneck now in gaming. So that's not down to me graphics cards, because I've got a 4080 Ti GeForce Wind. So that card's fine, but it's the CPU's bottlenecking. So I'm going to be looking at upgrading. But I've just been looking. It's going to be quite costly, because that uses DDR4 because it's old technology. The new architecture is DDR5. which soon they're going to be bringing out DDR6. So on that, but consoles use like a form of DDR, so it uses its own architecture on that front. But yeah, I've just looked at the price: 64 gigs of RAM, no 32, two 16s, 32 on 2 sticks, £270 on DDR5, but it's got a really high clock speed of 8200. Hello, what was that? I just see blue flashing. You guys just see that behind me? Blue flashing lights. So yeah, on that front, yeah, a little bit expensive. Then I've got to look into. I've got an 850 watt power supply. I don't think that's going to be enough to power, because that Ryzen 9 9800X3D is a bit of a beast. I'm pretty sure it pulls about 250 watts of power. Off the top of my head, without doing some homework, I'm pretty sure the Ryzen 7 pulls 150. So, you know, on that front, on the 7800 X3D, but the 98 on the Ryzen 9 pulls double that, so it will pull another 100. So I'm probably going to end up probably going down that route. But complete your offer. Subscribe to your channel. Oh, someone subscribed to my channel. Thanks, guys. On that front. So yeah, I'm probably am going to do. I'll probably have to go for. I'm going to need to check the board, because this I can pick out about 9 boards for the Ryzen 9 9800X3D. There's not many choice. Intel's got more. You can pick out about 12. So out of the 9, I need to pick the best one that's going to get the most out of that chipset at the end of the day. So that's going to be a future build. I've got plenty of PC stuff. I grew up with PCs. I've got loads of stuff around here with PC stuff, so that's not going to be a problem. So I've got plenty of cases. The only feature that's going to give me an issue will be power supply, RAM, board and processor. Everything else I'm sure that I can source out. I've got M.2 sitting around, so that's not going to be a problem. But that's going to be that'll take me a couple of hours. I think putting it together, looking at a couple of hours putting it together, but the biggest takes the time will be it's going to be the hard drive, because installing Windows is so bloody bloated. It's unbelievable. It's just badly bloated. I've never seen anything like it in Windows has got worse over the years, and Windows 11 is not good. You know, it's the new patch 25H2 seems to give me a little bit of a performance boost. So they've done some tweaking on it, because 24H2 was the last of its patch update, but the 25H2 I've noticed is a little bit more smoother. So they look like they've smoothed a few bugs out, and they've tweaked it a little to get a little bit out of it. But you shouldn't be doing this with that. I mean, you can go down and have a Linux operating system, but not everything's compatible with Linux, I'm afraid to say, because it's open source. I would have loved to put a Linux operating system on. Probably would have gone for Linux Mint, because it looks, you can actually have it customised and look like Windows, or you can have it looking like Mac. There's plenty of root directories you can download and install. But I think I'll stick with Windows, because 90% of what I do is a Windows thing. But you can debloat it, but the trouble is with debloating with scripts and running commands, you tend to break Windows, and then Windows becomes really laggy. So you know, it's like everything. You can take Copilot off. We don't need Copilot and things like that. It's just crap. It's AI stuff that you don't need at the end of the day. But I'm definitely 100%. I think that's the route I'm going to go down. I'll just do. Actually, I'm going to look into. There is someone that told me on Discord, and they did say, look for Tiny 11. And Tiny 11 is a strict version of Windows 11. They took all the bloatware out, but the only downside with that, it takes out the additional drivers that you might need if you're doing a build. That's alright for old laptops at the end of the day. I mean, you can get away with that because it's a good 30% of Windows 11 is going to be bloatware, which it is. You've got a lot of stuff on there. Microsoft try and shove it down your throat. It's bad enough with Microsoft Edge, at the end of the day. I hate that. And if you try and disable it, there's a way that it's in its architecture with its in script commands. It forces you to turn it back on, or an update turns it back on automatically. You can manually turn it off, but you can't. You do an update and it's turned back on again. So this is my annoyance about Windows. I think that you can't do anything. It's not a lot you can do. You just have to. You can take some of the crap off it. You can't take it all off because it just breaks it. And I do use my computer for playing games. I do a lot of streaming, but on that front. But yeah, it ties up against the admin logs with the replacing. Yeah, repeated errors. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Charles, you're right. It's exactly it. I mean, when Microsoft does do this quite a lot now on this front, and this is the only thing that ends up, it does my head in. It's bad enough when Microsoft brought the Windows Phone out, and it was a novelty because people thought, bloody hell, I don't know, because I had one at the end of the day, but that novelty soon wore off very quick because they put a lot of bloatware on the bloody phone. But at the end of the day, I mean, I've always stuck with Samsungs. I've never gone with iPhone because I can't stand the ISO system. I've got an iMac up there and that wasn't working. That was dumped. Someone threw it out because it had no power at the end of the day. Lucky enough, just was a blown fuse inside. And I upgraded the drive and it's been working ever since. And I've used it to do all my photo editing and video editing. That's great for old software like that at the end of the day. Because certain computers are good for doing certain things. It can't be upgraded no more. It's a 2012 iMac, but it was alright for nothing. Someone threw it out. But the main thing is, with these computers, you constantly got to keep updating them at the end of the day. And the trouble is, now they started putting it in games, and this is what annoys me because now if you've got a build like what I've got over there, it's a bit of a beast. It stands up to everything. I'm running most of all my games. I was playing Ark Raiders on the server bash. And they was playtesting it, and they wanted as many playtesters as possible. It was free on Steam. They only had it over the weekend. It started Friday, ended Sunday. Right, I was on it for about 7 hours a day playing that right throughout. I was playing that in 4K native. Right, that machine, I've got that tweaked so nice. It runs fine, but it doesn't run all the games in fine because it's getting a bottlenecking effect because of my CPU. An i9 9900K is a 9th generation. Because it's an i9, you think, oh, you've got a good processor. No, it's a 9th generation. There's 15 generations out. So you can imagine, mine's not old, but it's still old. It's still, you've missed out quite a few generations. You've got to really aim for 13th gen and above. Because now games like Star Citizen, if I try to play Star Citizen on that, it tanks to 100% and it will sit there and it won't move. Now my friend's got a 13th generation, right, i7, right, not as powerful as the i9s, right, because it's all the back, but because it's a 13th generation, it's 8 cores, he's got 8 cores, 16 threads, mine's 8 cores, 12 threads. Them extra threads and cores makes a big difference when it comes to the gaming community. His sits at 20%. Mine sits at 100 and it will sit there and it will not move. I tried everything to take the bottlenecking down, but I'm afraid it won't work. I've tried running scripts, I've run programs, and it just hangs at 100%. And my CPU was utilised at 20%, so it's gone the other way. My CPU can handle it. I tried lowering the resolution, it won't play it. I think Star Citizen's just unoptimised. Mine meets the more than minimum requirements, but it won't work. But my friend's one, it runs flawless. So that proves that the architecture in these chips, you're going to get games. So if I try to run Battlefield 6 now uses TPM 2.0. You've got to have 2.0. If you have not got that on your motherboard, you cannot play that game because now the game's looking at the architecture of your motherboard that it has to meet that requirements. Why? You know, Windows plated that, put that in. You didn't need to put that in. You could still run that on old systems. And it's proven you can. I've done it. You can put Windows. You can force Windows 11 on at the end of the day. Now Microsoft's decided to now take away the administration rights. So now you can't run a local account. You need a Microsoft account. You can still get around it. Lucky enough, you can still get around it, and I've done it. So there is scripts that you can run, but you shouldn't be running scripts to turn these features to get round the system. At the end of the day, it's just them being bullied, saying you need to upgrade, you need to buy one of our computers that meets the minimum requirements now. And I'd hate to think what the next operating system is. So mine's going to get to the point behind me that that's going to have to be stripped, because I won't be able to use hardly anything. All I can use out of that is the radiator, might be able to use the power supply and the case. Everything else will have to be scrapped. So, you know, which is a shame, because I've got two M.2s in there. One's 2 terabyte, the other one's a 4 terabyte, and they're both full up. So I'll have to take them out because I can use them in the next build. But I will be building the next one, and that's covered. I've flooded that with all RGB lighting, so it lights up really nice at the end of the day. But I've got to look into it now. I think I might need, if I upgrade to the 9800 X3D, which is a beast of a chip, it ought to, because it's £650 just for the chip. You know, and the board, I'm going to be close to looking at 300 just for the board. That's just board and processor. You've got to get the other parts. But I'm pretty sure an 850 watt power supply ain't enough to power it. I think, if the top of my head, probably will have to go for a minimum of 1,000 watt. You know, a 1k watt system, which is ridiculous. You shouldn't. That's a 1 kilowatt system. It's 1,000 watts. So you can't leave these on for too long because you'll be moaning about your electric being sucked up. But this is what you have to do with PCs. You're building rigs like that, what I've got behind. That mine pulls, at the moment, I've got a temperature gauge on there and a wattage pull that I installed. And it pulls about, roughly, just idle, sitting around, about 120 watts. So it's about what a light bulb would pull. About an 100 watt light bulb, just over. You know, just stand by. As soon as I power a game on that spikes to nearly over 300 watts, about 330 watts to 340 watts of power. I've seen it peaked about 360, but then that'll peak back down to about 320. So it's roughly around about that ballpark. But that's still a lot of power that's pulling at the end of the day. This thing, just the processor alone, pulls 250 watts just on the CPU. It's a monster. So, you know, and that's without your graphics card. So that alone, that's going to be close to nearly the 800 watt limit straight away when that's under load. And that's without running RGB lighting and without putting other components in like M.2s, because they need power. Everything needs power to run it. So I don't know. I don't think an 850 watt power supply is going to cut it. I've really got a bad feeling it's not going to be enough. So I think they probably would recommend 1,000 watt to put, you know, to cover. You've always got to have roughly around about 10 to 20% over what they recommend. You know, it's a bit like capacitors. Capacitors recommend anywhere it can range its value for between 10 and 20%. Its capacity, its capacitance, because it loses over time. At the end of the day, where the years that get round, they remember capacitors. What I learned about capacitors is that they have a 4 to 5 year lifespan. I've done arcade machines that have been in arcades and they've been close to nearly 40 to 50 years. And they're still working, which I'm amazed. I am really shocked at the end of the day. But capacitors have a big role to play in a lot of electricals, because it don't matter what type, if they're ceramic or if they're what's-name, they will lose some. They're normal, the electrolytic capacitors, the normal capacitors, they're the most known failure because they use it looks like greaseproof paper, and it's coated in an oil, and it's that oil that gives off its substance, that gives off its, you know, its charging rate, and it's that dies over time. It dries out. That's why these capacitors, if you look on the Xbox originals, they always leak, and I've done loads of them. You know, the clock capacitor, they've got 100% failure rate. I've just done one. I've not long just done an Xbox think I've got one over there. Don't even know where it is. It's an Xbox. It's an Xbox original, and it had a leaky capacitor. Actually, let me come think. Where is it? I've got no. I ain't got a clue where it is. It's buried somewhere. I've put it down. Oh, there it is. It's here. Is it? No, that's not. That's me Ferguson TV. That thing blew up. That I had to do that the other day. That had the exact same issue. That I've got a 1980s Ferguson portable TV set down here. I'll keep it. Someone threw it out. It must have been up in the attic. I plugged it in and it had the magic smoke. It went bang, and all this smoke come fucking flying out. Yeah, common failure is this damage and it's the traces that sucks. Yeah, it's actually true. Yeah, that Ferguson TV, they threw it out, and lucky enough, because I only started getting into these repairs. It had the same fate as what the BBC Micro had, and I didn't know that. Them Fergusons, they've got what they call what's these capacitors? They're glass. They're made out of glass, and they're known for 100% failure rate. These glass capacitors always split. They bulge and they go bang, and when they go bang, they seriously go bang because they're high voltage. At the end of the day, that's what I said. Be careful with these high voltages. This is why I don't like mucking about with power supplies. Andy found that out when he was doing, the projector, and he kept tripping everything out because it was mucking about with high voltage, and you've got to be careful because it's high voltage stuff can seriously give you a kick. It will liven you up. You would light up like a Christmas tree if you touched it, which you don't want. This is why I don't like. I'd rather have something that's low powered. Electric, yes, exactly, Charles. Yeah. So, on that front, but yeah, they threw the TV out, and these. That's the cap. It's called a Rifter cap. It's just come to me. These Rifter, they're Rifter. They're RIFTA Rifter caps, and they are a square cap. It's actually a capacitor. Right, they are a capacitor. It's because there's loads of different types of capacitor, and the BBC Micro has the same capacitor. It's a shame I couldn't find my Micro power supply because I could have showed you guys what these caps are, and that the BBC Micro recommend that you change these caps ASAP because they will fail 100%. I've never known a cap to have 100% failure rate. If you look online, it even tells you, if you've got one, change it. Even if it looks okay, change it at the end of the day. And the one that I bought, I didn't, because I've never got into these doing electricals repairs before, and I've only just started getting into it. I plugged it in, being naive, was working lovely for about half hour, 40 minutes. And then when it went load the game up, next minute I heard this, I was out of the kitchen, I heard this almighty bang. It knocked all the electric out because I've got a circuit breaker up here, up on here, so it stops it from tripping out from the cupboard. It's the best way to do it if you've got a problem. And I heard this almighty bang. The dog run, which was literally, it was that bad because the dog legged it. One thought, what the Jesus? What was that? I come running in and it was just flooded with smoke, and all the electric was knocked out. And it apparently, when I took this, I was gutted because I thought, oh no. That's my BBC Micro, not the one I'm working, the one I've got. This was one previous before I got into repairs, and I had to sell it because I didn't understand at the time. Now I wish I'd have kept it because now I knew what exactly it was. So when I got this one, the first thing I aimed for, don't switch it on, change the caps, order the caps. I ordered that, done them. At the end of the day, I changed the caps, but then when Luke at Retro 6 says I've just done a clean juice for the BBC Micro, he said, and it was about 35 quid, wasn't a lot, about 35, 36 quid. I went, I'm going to get one, but he didn't show you how to install it, and I've now put it in my BBC Micro, and it runs lovely. It runs, I can literally run it on 5 volts instead of 240, which is ludicrous. So I've got no chance now of ever frying them chips on there. 5 volts is not enough to fry them chips. But them power supplies, they're a ticking time bomb. But when they threw that Ferguson TV out, it had the exact same cap as the BBC Micro, and it was that failed. Lucky enough, I opened it up, I see all the capacitors all in bits, And when I looked, because I couldn't see the value, I went, wait, that's got to be the same value as the BBC Micro. I had some up here where all my boxes are, and yeah, I had one left, and it was the only one that was in there. I changed it, put it in, unsoldered it, cleaned all the mess up, got rid of the smell, and disinfecting once I've got rid of all that, put it in, it's still running since. So I thought, oh, there you go, it was a rifter cap. But if you've got things with rifter caps in, for God's sake, change them, because they really have got, if you look at the failure rate, they've got a really poor rating of failure. And it's right next to the power supply, because it runs parallel to the power. It's something to do with the power regulation. Now it takes the voltage and then it changes the frequency. The voltage, 240 volts, still run through this capacitor. This is what I don't understand. It takes the 240, but it changes the frequency, because everything runs on frequencies. And this is why if you put a high value cap and it's not meant to be a high value, for what I was learning with Luke at Retro 6, he said if you start altering the values, you're altering the frequencies, you end up damaging chips. So he said because you're now altering its frequency. So when you're looking at oscilloscope, he said you see the frequency spike more, which it's like a form of overvolting its consistency. He said because you're not putting the correct values in. So this is what I'm saying. When Andy was doing that earlier, putting one off a donor board from a PS5, in theory, yeah, he's right, it could be work, but what you could be doing, you could actually damage it even more further along down the line. I'm not saying it won't work, but it might work for a short while, and because he's not putting the right value capping, this is what I've learned, that value of that cap, if it's not the right consistence with voltages and the frequency, it then sends it to the next component. That then causes an issue. Then you're doing more damage down the line. So then now you're going to start taking chips out. So and this is where it gets more complicated. So learning electrics is a lot. It's like a master degree at the end of the day. I can see why it's so complex. It really is. Everyone looks for the quick fix, but the trouble is there's no quick fix. There's no schematics on some of this stuff. The retro stuff, forget it. You've got no idea of trying to look for anything like that if you're trying to repair. And I'll give you, for instance, like these. I've got two of these that I've got under the bench at the moment because these was working. They've decided to stop. These are Atari 2600s. I've had nightmares with these, absolute nightmares. But I've just started to learn with the chips and how the frequencies. Again, this was what I talked about earlier on about frequencies. Now, Luke at Retro 6 said exactly the same. This is how I knew he was telling the truth, because he said these, when you put these under an oscilloscope, and I've got a cheap oscilloscope, which I have. You can pick these up for about 30 quid, which these ones. So if I power this up, I can show you. And basically, they're not fantastic, but these do the job. But it just gives you a brief section of knowing how these things work and learning it's like because you have a clock, you have like a clock, the signal to make sure you operate all these things. Anyway, the main thing is with these old consoles, we definitely rely on frequency. Now, the trouble is, when you start ordering these, you've got resistors and capacitors, like on most of these. These old retro boards use nothing more than you might have. You'll have a couple of what's these? These are I forgot what these are called. They're like a crystal. These are crystals inside, right, on these. Now, crystals can go back because they can actually put them in. They used to put them in old watches, old Casio watches, which they still do, because that's what it gives it. It's crystallized. But they very rarely break down. The failure rate on them are minuscule. They're very, very good. The only things that break down on most of these boards, especially vintage stuff like this, are going to be these chips. At the end of the day, these have a very, again, getting like the rifter caps, these have a high failure rate, a very high failure rate. But what they don't tell you is that, again, if you're altering the value of a capacitor. So the ones on here are 27 volts, which is a bit of an odd number. It's a really weird. See, this one's got a 1.7 microfarad, 65 volt. Now that was a 27 volt, but as long as you can alter as long as you put the correct value and but you can upvolt the voltage, you'd be fine. But what you are doing, you are altering its value, because what you're doing is true what he said. When you're testing these on an oscilloscope, you'll see that signal, instead of it being at a frequency where it's basically saying it's like this, it's now up here. It's moved up because now you're walking. It's because there's more voltage. You've allowed more voltage to slightly. So if that voltage comes in on that board, for what I've learned, that voltage then thinking, right, okay, it won't get capped. That's the idea of a capacitor. It caps for a reason. It purely caps for a reason. It's supposed to stop at its value, right? So if it says 24 volts, it will stop at 24 volts. That means 24 volts can't go into it no more. But if you're putting a 63 in, and you might have a little bit of a power surge from your power supply, you've now allowed that more voltage to go in, which alters, it will push its value up. Now if you're pushing your value up, right, it won't blow, but what that will do, that will push your signal to whatever that's going to next. That's going to it's going to start altering its value to its chip. And that's what happens to a lot of these games consoles, especially these old type, these Ataris. They're notorious, absolutely notorious for going through it. And I think this is what's happened. I've got this one. I've had two on here, which I can't buy because, again, good luck trying to get parts for these. You have literally got no chance in living hell. These come out in 1971. This is older than me. This is 54 years old for a board. It's absolutely shocking how old the Ataris are at the end of the day. And you already can see it's the green solder mask is now starting to come away, and it's what they call popcorning. It's actually started to bubble. Well, that's just why Luke at Retro 6 is now took the Game Gears and he's re-engineered the board. He said the exact same thing as what's happening to these. These boards are now getting close to nearly 50 years old, and they're now started causing major problem. You're having bad traces. They're not making good connections at the end of the day, and eventually these will end up in landfills because it will get to the point where you will not be able to fix these. These will become unfixable. And Luke at Retro 6 said the exact same thing. He reversed the engineers and designed the boards for some old consoles, but not the Atari. He hasn't got round to it yet. I asked him. He said, it's not in my plans to do it at the moment. He said, but I will do one day. That's all he said. He said he will do it one day. So what he will do, he will just sell you the board by, he'll reverse the engineer it, and then you can buy it from PCB way, basically, and you'll be able to do it. But this one's got an issue where the trace is actually, it fell off. It was that old, it completely, I don't know if you can't see you guys on there, but because this light is absolutely dog's crap. At the end of the day, there's a pot there. It's supposed to be it's a pedometer, and you can actually see it on this one, right? This one's missing. That one fell off. It literally disintegrated. I kid you not. I don't even know how it was working, but when I took it off, and I was really careful taking it off, because these boards are coming up to 54 years old. It trace damage and ripped two traces off. Lucky enough, I know where they go, but there's no schematics on these at all. No one does them. Not even Luke at Retro 6. He hasn't put no schematics up on these, because on his website he puts schematics up and everything. So you've got to look. I've got to look. So this one boots up, but it's got a really weird screen issue. But I know what that is. I need to change the capacitors and the resistors. So this needs a complete change all the ceramic capacitors, change these green bogey type ones, because these again gone bad. It looks like that one's gone bad over there. So first thing I'm gonna do is do a capacitor swap, because again, these are known for going really bad with capacitors, and they do suffer quite badly. First thing I'm gonna do, I mean, it's in for, like, you know, capacitors don't cost too much anyway, they're pennies, you know, but you have to buy them in packs. But I'm gonna do that one. But to buy that trace from there, I've got to order that from America, and that's going to cost me about 20 quid just for that. You know, is it worth doing? You tell me. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, I could keep them for spare parts, because again, online on eBay, you can't buy these for love or money. You can. That's why 98% of the ones on eBay, they're non-working, because these have a really high failure rate. If these chips go down, these chips alone can be anywhere ranging from £10 up to £20 for one chip, because you can't buy them. You know, and you can't program these no more, because you need the code to program them. Well, no one's got the code. These are they're over 50 years old, so no one's going to have the code to reprogram them. So even if you've got a chip recoder, and actually on there, and you write it to the ROM, EEPROM, and you use the PC to write it, you still need that data to write it to that chip. Well, you can't, you know, and you can't just take one out and put in another, because it's wrote to that board. It's game over. You really have got a dead board on your hand, and this is the trouble. I'm pretty gutted, to be honest, you know, on that front. But, you know, and the annoying thing is, this one that I've got here was working lovely. It had no power, because the power supply was missing. And all it needed was just, it had a loose port underneath, which I soldered, plugged it in, it worked. So, and then left it on for an hour, running beautiful. I thought, oh great, that's all right, I've got one that's working. And then what happened? Turned it off, went to try it the next day, it's completely dead. That's what console life is like. This is how unpredictable they are. So, a component on there is gone dead. I tried swapping all the chips, made no difference, still dead. So to me, one of these components on that board is gone bad, big time. It's completely and utterly failed on that. So it's going to be probably, it's not going to be so much a capacitor. I'm going to say it's going to be resistors, and it's going to be them ceramic capacitors that's gone on there at the end of the day. So first thing I'll need to do is, that's them big bogey type ones. There's big green capacitors on there, and but again, you can't buy them because no one sells them. So everything has to be ordered from America, and this is what annoys me. So if I'm going to order that part, I'll make sure I'll order other components for these, because I like to get them both back up and running, because they was alright, you know, at one point, but they just stopped. They didn't give me any warning, they just stopped, and this is what happens with a lot of this stuff. But I'm pretty gutted, to be honest. But you know, this is what the learning about doing repairs. This is what it does, and you know, and I'm definitely like started getting into it more at the end of the day. Can I shut this bloody thing off now, because I can't turn it off? Hold up. Let's see if I can turn it off. Here. What's this? Oh, that's calibration. Oh God, I can't turn the bloody thing off now. See, Chinese, I was going to say Chinese rubbish. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you know, how bad is, why can't you just push a button like the 1980s stuff? And I've got a lot of 1980s stuff. I've got some that is absolutely beautiful to run, and I was lucky to get that up and running at the end of the day, lucky enough. It's a bit like these, and I'll show you before I quickly go. And they are really nice, and you don't get to see them no more. So I've got loads of retro stuff, literally loads. This is dusty as hell, but this wasn't working. These Coleco, right? Coleco, Jesus, you know what I mean? Look, dust. These were, I had one of these in 1983, and I was gutted it wasn't working, right? And these are collector's items, and people, you can't get to see these. These are miniature, sort of like, someone had to 3D print the fucking bottom, because that was missing at the end of the day. But anyway, he's done a good job though. Did do a good job. It's not the right fitting, but it does fit it. But anyway, look, Jesus, look at the dust on there. That's been sitting up there for that long. at the end of it. But yeah, these were made by Coleco these were only manufactured for about 3-4 years. Then that was it. They stopped production. They just went out of business. Their business dried up. Couldn't get anywhere, so they ended up just thinking, oh, do you know what a waste of time. We didn't sell many anyway at the end of the day. And they sold them off cheap in the 1980s. These weren't. I remember when I used to work in Woolworths back in about 82, and I was only a teenager at the time. I was learning, but the main thing is I see these in Woolworths, and these were lovely. And I went, oh, I love these. Yeah, this is what I said about the 80s. They had great stuff in the 80s. I mean, you know, and I've got a lot of the 80s stuff which I've still got. Still got my Rubik's Cube. Lucky I've still kept that. I've still got some of my other stuff up there as well. But these were starting to become collectors, because now you can pay anywhere now in the retail of these between, not working you'll pay about 80 quid, but one working anywhere up to about £200 for one of these working. And this one had a fault. Lucky enough, it wasn't too bad. Normally they leave the batteries in, and it's like this one here, it's oxidised, which they're going to. I mean, come on, these are nearly getting on for nearly 50 years old. I mean, you know, if it's like it's 40, what is it, about 46 years? It's got to be about right, about 46, 47 years, give or take. It sounds about right. But, you know, when these things are nearly 50 years old, you know, blimey, you know, they're using the old 1980s, you know, parts on there, even though it says made in Taiwan. At the end of the day, everything was made in Taiwan at the day. You know, it made me laugh. But this, again, come in a job lot that was left in there, and it was all in bits. They took it apart and didn't know what was up with it. Yeah, if they would have looked a bit closer, what they didn't realise was the back of the plate. These are made out of nickel, right? They are a nickel, what they call a nickel plating. They're electric charged in a vat, and they charge them up. This is what gives it its conductive. This is why you have a plus and a minus. This is why it reverses the polarity, because it's on the wires. So this is how it works. But them nickel plating, they start to wear off over time. So it's a coating. It is a form of coating. It's dipped. But what you can do, what people don't realise is, if you take some just take some white vinegar and charge it to a certain voltage, I think if you put about 6-7 volts in this vinegar, charge it, literally dip it in, leave it for 5 minutes while it's charging, take it out and leave it, it recharges the nickel back into it, so it gives it this more connectivity again. But people don't realise that. It's something you have to learn the hard way. But it's something that I learned back in the 80s at the end of the day. And I noticed this one's going to need doing, because again, it is starting to deteriorate. But if I re-nickelate that with some vinegar and a bit of voltage, that will take that off. It takes all the oxidation off, and it sort of puts all like the nickel back. It keeps the nickel back intact again, stops it from rusting. But if I don't and left that, it takes the surface away, rust, and burns out. So the rust it's a corrosive material. So I'll have to do that at some point, and that'll be a video to watch, and I'll show you how I do it. And that's actually quite good to learn. But again, it's something that works on it. But this one was just that the wire wasn't touching at the back because of the nickel. It was just corroded. Lucky enough, I had some spare parts. I just replaced it. But now I've noticed, I know I ain't switched this on for nearly 10 years, but I know this still works. I've got another one up there, Gallagher. They've done Pac-Man, Gallagher, Frogger, a Galaxigan, and these are great. These really are. These are proper sort of like, got all the proper noises and everything. But it's a shame Coleco only done about 7 of these, and that was it. They stopped doing them. They just it. That was their only range, and they're bloody hard to get hold of. Do you try to get these toys now, these retro toys? You're going to be paying through the nose for them. You just are. I mean, you know, I'm lucky that I got them when I did, and I bought them broken. Now this one's fully up and running. But a lot of my retro toys that I've now managed to get back, because I had one of these in it was about 84. I had one of these because I bought it I saved me pocket money up when I was working in, before I worked in Dixon's, because that was later on down in line when I was at school. But before that, while I was working in Woolworths, I see these in Woolworths and I've always wanted one. So I saved me money up. I think there was about 40, there was about nearly 50 quid in the they was expensive. But you had all the box with it at the end of the day. And I was, you know, the wages that I was getting from that, I was only on apprentice wages working in, Woolworths at the time. And then I said to my mum, don't let me spend the money, I want to buy one of these because I've always wanted one. And I did. Me lucky enough, my mum and dad put a little bit towards it for my birthday, and I just had enough, and they didn't, I only had a few left. And I just had enough to get one, and I don't know what happened to it. I was gutted because I had all the boxing, all the paperwork of it. I loved to kept it at the end of it because you've got the artwork all the way inside, and it all lights up like a neon glow red, and it's a proper Pac-Man, and it's got all the sounds to it and all. And this one's in pretty good nick. It's just that this was missing. So someone in Discord said, I said, has someone got a 3D printer? And they said, yeah, I've got a 3D printer. I said, how much would you charge to 3D print me a back plate? And he said, yeah, I can do you one. He said, I won't even charge you. He sent it free of charge in the post. So I was really pleased. I sent him a gift card, a £10 gift card to say thank you anyway, because he had his address on it. So I sent him a gift card back to £10 and say thank you. So it was worth that because you can't get it back to these. They're just not impossible. But yeah. But I'm thinking that, you know, like with all this retro stuff, it does. It definitely gets you interested. But I really set off my heart tonight to try and do this mod, and it didn't really work out, to be honest. I was pretty gutted. But it's a learning curve, and now I know, because there was no instructions, it's like I said, don't follow me for what I do, but you do learn as you go along, but you sort of learn at your own expense. But you do get there, and I've definitely got there. Now I know how to be really ultra careful with them ribbon cables. I'm going to order a couple, I think, because I was really careful how I put that in. I didn't bugger the drive up, except right at the last minute I ended up damaging the drive thing, but I'll order that part as well and just order a new part. It won't be expensive on that front. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna say thank you for that anyway. But yeah, thanks for joining along from Andy's stream. And what's the time? Jesus, is that the fucking 8 o'clock? Jesus, is that long? Jesus, I ain't even had nothing to eat yet, so I'm gonna have a quick bite to eat and get washed up because I'm covered in dust. I mean, I really should have touched that. That thing was just it's the same with my other stuff there. I mean, I've got an arcade. I've got a bar top underneath here. I've got to look at it at some point. I've still got a stack of machines. Look, let me quickly show you guys, and I'm not making this up. When Andy says he goes through stuff, right, remember, most all this gear that I've got, they're all had to be repaired. And I kid you not, right, and I'll show you. There's all my retro stuff. I've got my arcade set up there. I've got another arcade coming. There's consoles all piled up over there, right. Up on here is my chair. It's literally caped with machines. I've literally got a box of consoles buried underneath all that lot underneath there. Don't even get me started in the front in the bedroom because I've got this won't stretch out anymore, but it's a shame because I've got more consoles down on here. And right underneath I've got that big bar top arcade I've got to have a look at some point. It's got a bit of an issue, which I've got it's got power, but I can't seem to configure for some reason. Let me have a look. For some reason the bar top's not configuring. When I try to map the keys, I think I've got a map problem. It won't let me map the control sticks to the board. So I think it's going to be probably what they call an iPack, because they use iPacks on them, which is a mapping board that runs on a Raspberry Pi. And Raspberry Pis, they use Linux, and Linux ain't the easiest operating system to learn on. So I'm pretty sure that it's an iPack issue, that it's not talking properly to the board, that I can't map. And I think it's going to be something along the line that, or the script's not set up properly. and I think that's the issue it's got. But it does work. When I plugged in a USB joystick from my Xbox on my PC, it works lovely, but it won't work on the arcade sticks. So I think there's an issue there. It's connecting. So, but it'll work on an Xbox 360 controller. It'll work on a PC controller. It just won't work the arcade sticks because they use these iPacks which have a chip on, and the chip's not configured. And I'm pretty sure I've got a Raspberry Pi Pico. I suppose I could try to flash it and go from there, but that's going to be an interesting task. But again, it's like them. I've got a couple of Nintendo Wii U's, these ones, and they've got problems. But one of them's got. I had a look last time and I couldn't do it. I'm afraid these weren't salvageable, which is a shame because I've, like I said, I've got stacks of stuff to go through. But I've written down this one has got a. Let me have a look. No, you probably can't see it because of the bloody this fucking oversaturates things. Yeah, that's better. This has got a error code It's got an error code of 1600101, and it said I can't get it flashed. I've tried. I said break it for parts. So that one's there for broken for parts. So that to me, that there is got a that's got a, what they call a NAND flash problem. I'm pretty sure that there's someone tried to jailbreak this, and they broke the CPU, couldn't write the code, went to the NAND flash, and it broke the NAND, because these have like NAND flash memories all round here, the CPU. And if that's the case, you brick these, it's game over. You can't do a lot with them on that one. You're just better off just using it for parts. Now this one coming as a job lot. It booted up, but it come up a blue light, but no display at the end of this day. And now when I looked at these again, the black, what they call you just get a black screen. When I looked at these again, flashing them, if it don't get updated properly, you will get they call the black screen of death. So basically, again, NAND issue. It always points to the NAND, because when I've googled it and done a bit of researching, they said if this gets disrupted while it's updating, it will corrupt the NAND. But you need a Raspberry Pi Pico to try and flash it. I've got a Pico. I've plugged it all in, downloaded it, made no difference. But they said if you can't, the chances are you will have to swap the NAND. But they said there's no successful rate because the NAND's routing to the CPU. So again, this is another brick system, which is a shame, because that's another one that can't be saved at the end of that. But thanks for the stream, guys. Anyway, yeah, you're right. But I'm gonna pop now. So, but thank you everyone for turning up today. So it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, when I get them bits, I'll get them ordered anyway. So I'm gonna attempt to that again on that front. But be back on Andy's stream. So it was interesting to watch the stream on it. But yeah, not a bad stream. Shame it didn't work out. Bit of interest on that front, but yeah, okay guys, I'll catch you again soon. I'll let Andy know, and then I'll put a link on his Discord and then when I'm doing the next. So I'm going to wait until I've got some more bits so it can make it a little bit more interesting. But I've got stuff here to repair, so it's not an issue at the end of it. But I really did want to do that mod because that was mine. So you know, I want to get that done ASAP. Because I've always liked the GameCube. It's quite personal to me on that front. But alright guys, I'll catch you all up soon, and thanks for watching the stream. Okay? So that should be interesting. Catch you guys tomorrow. See you later guys. Thank you.